All right, Reeve Dobson, we're live.
Thank you, Jasmine. So I'd like to welcome everyone tonight to our regular meeting of council, December the 15th. We have a full house, lots of reports and lots of new people. So welcome to them. Welcome to our staff, our public and our council. So I'm going to open the meeting. Before we have our first motion, I would like to have a moment of silence, please. Thank you, everyone. My first motion was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll that the regular meeting of council agenda dated December the 15th, 2020 be approved as circulated. All in favor? I see only one hand. All in favor? Jeff and Claus, I don't see your hands. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. I also want to remind all of council that if you have any disclosure of interest, please declare it now, or if not, you can declare it anytime during the meeting. I also would like to mention to all our people who are involved in doing reports, if you're not participating in your own specific report, if you could please turn off your audio and video, then everyone can hear a little bit better. So thank you for that. And also the next thing I'd like to say is that before we do begin with the business part of our meeting, this is going to be the last meeting for Jasmine before she goes on mat leave. She will be still with us till the middle of January, but this is her last meeting that she'll be participating in. And then we have Joanna Bowes taking over for Jasmine. But Jasmine, I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you had a few comments to make.
Parting words.
Yeah, any parting words? I can't say that I'm going to miss the evening meetings, but I'm sure Joanna is going to do amazing, and I'm sure you guys are going to have a great year with Joe, and I'm looking forward to coming back. So I just wanted to say thank you and goodbye for the time being, for a year.
Well, it's been great, Jasmine, and we'll be looking forward to seeing pictures online, yes. The two little ones. So thank you, Jasmine, and good luck to you and hubby. Yes. And we'll be looking forward to the new year. Thanks a lot for everything. Okay, then I'm next. I have a motion moved by Klaus Vandermeer and seconded by Ian Straight that the minutes of the regular meeting of December the 1st, 2020 be approved as circulated. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Is there any business arising from those minutes? Okay, seeing none. And now we're going to then move straight into our first and only delegation tonight. And we're very happy to have a delegation, more than one, from the Perth Falls Hospital. And I believe that I'm going to welcome you, Dr. Barry Guppy, who is the president and the CEO of the hospital. But I know that you've got some other people with you here. And that being, I do have the list here. Donna Howard, welcome Donna, who is the chair. Gardner Church, the vice chair, welcome Gardner. And also Ken Klopp, who is the finance committee member. So we have 4 people doing the delegation. We like to keep our delegations to about 10 minutes. And usually after we hear the delegation, we have a few minutes. If council has any questions, We normally don't discuss the delegation after the presentation, but we certainly will open it up for council to have any questions if possible. So I'm going to open this part of the delegation then. I'll give it back to you, Dr. Guppy. And so welcome and thanks for coming and giving us your presentation.
Well, thanks very much, Your Worship and council members and staff. I'm going to share my screen if I may.
Yes, that's great.
If Jasmine could just allow me to do so.
So I'm going to share my screen with the presentation on it because we won't be able to live stream otherwise. So
all right.
Give me 1 second.
And we have had the council has already read your presentation, so we've had that for a few days.
Well, thank you. So Yasmin, I think I can move directly to slide 3 then, if that's okay. Okay. First of all, thanks for the opportunity. And what we wanted to do tonight was, first of all, just give you a bit of a brief update about what's been happening at the hospital. But then we do want to talk to you about our core capital program and capital funding for the hospital. At the end, we do have an ask that we'd like to discuss with you for your consideration. And the next slide is really just, we wanted to just give a brief introduction about a hospital I know that you know quite well. Really just to remind you about our mission and vision, and those are really core to what we do. It's about providing high quality care, and it's built on collaboration and partnerships. But importantly, we're entering the last year of our strategic plan, and two of the key components are very much what brings us here tonight. One of which is about engaging partnerships in the community, about addressing things like capital funding and so on, but also bringing to the hospital the most up-to-date technology, including health information technology, as well as capital equipment. And so it's for all those reasons that we're talking to our various municipal partners around the area. We can go on to the next slide. We have now posted our annual report on the website, and if you haven't had an opportunity, I encourage you to do so. But this is just some fast facts that are from that annual report. And really not to go through this in any detail, other than to point out that for the clinical services that this hospital provides across our two sites, the hospital really provides quite a breadth and depth of services that probably wouldn't be expected so much in a hospital of our size in our location. So it's really something that we're proud of. Many of the services we provide on our own, some of which we provide with other partners, including regional partners. On the right side of the slide is really talking about our people. So we now employ over 700 people, including the 3 community-based organizations that we sponsor, Lanark County Mental Health, Lanark County Support Services, as well as the Domestic Assault and Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Program. We have a significant number of doctors that are affiliated with the hospital, about 40 of which are our core local physicians who provide the care in our hospital and in our community. And the last thing here I just wanted to point out is we've been making an increased emphasis on training of nursing and physicians and other health professionals within the hospital, because we recognize that that's one of the most important activities we can do in terms of needed health professional recruitment and retention. If we just go to the next slide, we've had lots of good things happening in a year that's otherwise been very challenging. We continue to be an exemplary accredited organization. That accreditation will carry on through now to May of 2022, when we're expecting our next accreditation survey. We have been recognized for the quality of our endoscopy service. And we've importantly, with partnership from stakeholders in the community, have had a very successful year when it comes to physician recruitment. And one particular area that's been very challenging over time has actually been the recruitment of internal medicine specialists. For so long, we've had 1, we now have 3, and all 3 of them have joined the hospital and working. We also were able to get some additional cataract surgeries approved by the province, to the point that we now think we can support our own local ophthalmologist, something that we haven't had up until now, to help supplement the ophthalmology services that we're getting from other communities. If we just go to the next slide. But COVID's obviously been the story in all of our lives, and the hospital is no different. And what we've had to do differently is set up the COVID assessment center, and this has been located at our Smiths Falls site. We started it back in March, and we now have seen over 10,000 people through that center. One of the great innovations that's developed is we've enabled nurse practitioners from primary care partners in the community to also come and provide service in that center as well. So COVID's helped us build stronger relationships. We've had some financial impacts. I know some of that's reached media attention, but that continues to improve at the present time as we begin to get reimbursed for some of our COVID-related expenses. But probably the thing that we're most interested in at this point is just addressing some of the backlog that we had related to delays in elective or scheduled surgery and diagnostic procedures. This was as a result of the ordered ramp down in order to try to create some capacity in the event that we had a lot of COVID activity. And we've now back up to full steam as far as surgery goes. We're actually adding additional surgical procedures more than what we do usually. And we've added additional weekend shifts and evening shifts to try to catch up on our diagnostic backlog. We expect that to continue to improve, but we may still need another month or two before we can catch up. The next slide is just other great things that have been happening. Our hospital's been very much involved in the newly announced Ontario Health Team. And this is the new transformational agenda from the province. And we now have over 39 organizations from across Lanark, Leeds, and Grenville that are participating in this new model of building an integrated local health system. And we are now moving forward with implementing our year one priorities, which are related to strengthening and building our primary care as well as mental health and addictions in the community. So a great part of what the hospital's been doing over the last year. In the next slide, I just wanted to then move on to talking to you a bit about why we're here tonight. You may or may not know, or the public may or may not know, that the ministry or government does actually not provide funding for annual capital medical equipment and technology. There is an expectation that the community actually supports and obtains this equipment for the hospital, not just for our hospital, but for all hospitals. It's the very reason why hospital foundations and auxiliaries exist to help support the hospital in this fundraising effort. The hospital does also try to contribute to the purchase of capital equipment from our operating funds when we're able to do so. And we've been able to do so over the last several years, being able to direct some of our operating funds to purchasing equipment. But the issue at this point is that the capital equipment requirements have exceeded the ability of this combination of foundations and hospital to actually meet the need alone. And so the next slide is really to try to give you a picture of that. We've actually completed a 10-year capital plan to look at what the hospital needs, not only in new equipment, but also in the ongoing replacement of equipment as it reaches end of life. And $31 million has been identified to meet that need. We raise on average about $1.2 million from the foundations. The hospital has on average contributed about $300,000 from operations, which leads on average a gap of about $1.6 million. And some of these key investments are not just the annual equipment that doctors and nurses and so on bring forward that they need for patient care, but also includes some big ticket items such as a hospital information system, which I'll talk a bit more about in 1 second, as well as aspirations that we have for a future MRI scanner to bring that service locally. If we look at what's happened in this year, which is the right side of the slide, just gives you a sense of what capital needs look like in any 1 year. We began this year with about $2.4 million worth of capital requests from the organization. And in order to try to prioritize that, because the need or the ask actually exceeded the available funds, we actually engaged all of our medical leaders now to help prioritize that equipment. And after we were able to defer some of those items so that we now have a final list for this year of about $1.4 million. But the other slide also gives you a breakdown. It's not all just about medical equipment. We also have diagnostic and therapy equipment. That's lab equipment, diagnostic imaging equipment, as well as other equipment needed to make the hospital function. On the next slide, is really the response to this gap in funding that is ongoing is the Core Capital Program. And this was started a couple of years ago by the hospital. And it was really to engage in conversations with municipalities to see if there was any partnership opportunity to help fill in some of this gap. And today we do have 5 municipalities who have generously partnered with the hospital. But I also wanted to point out here that it's not just turning to the municipalities. Our foundation and the hospital are doubling their efforts to try to do their part in addressing the capital funding gap. Part of that was the creation of a capital alliance between the boards of our 2 hospital foundations and the hospital itself. And one of the outputs of that activity has been an announcement that happened just last month, and that was that the 2 hospital foundations would be joining together to form one foundation in an effort to try to have a better coordinated and more successful fundraising activity. So lots of activity going on trying to deal with this capital funding issue. On the next slide, one of the key items in that $31 million is a hospital information system. Some people call it a computer system, but it's much more than that. Certainly the modern information systems are much more than that. And this system is really to replace one that's been in place at the hospital since the 1990s. It's probably going to be one of the largest single capital expenditures the hospital's had in a very long time. And it's really aligned with the whole digital strategy that has been talked about by the government. It's essential not only to prevent this hybrid medical record that patients currently have when they come into hospital, some paper, some electronic, so that they now have a full electronic system, but it also allows us to embed quality and standards in all of their care experience so that we make sure we're providing the highest quality of care. It's a core component of every modern high-functioning hospital. And so this is something that we're actively pursuing at this time. And then the next slide is just featuring a couple of other pieces of equipment because this has a direct impact on the patient experience. The image on the left-hand side of the screen is something called a Hannah-bed. We bought this a couple of years ago. It's situated at the Smiths Falls site. Both foundations contributed to the purchase of this as well. And its role is in providing a new procedural component to performing joint replacements. The use of this particular piece of equipment has allowed us to actually allow patients to come in, have their joint replacement, and leave the same day, something that would have in the past required many days in hospital. The machine on the right-hand side of the screen is actually a machine that's currently being actively replaced. It's a mammogram machine, and the cost of that is around $300,000. And it's to support the hospital's low-risk Ontario breast screening program. We needed to upgrade this machine in order to improve the quality of imaging so that we can meet the current standards and expectations. So just featuring 2 kinds of pieces of equipment. The one on the right is actually at the Perth site, but they're critical to actually ensuring that high level of care that's part of our mission and values. And so the last slide that I wanted to talk about before we just end is, why is capital equipment so important? We think it's important because we want our community, our patients, to actually have the best possible care, and the medical equipment that our healthcare professionals use is very much linked to that equipment availability. We know it's linked to patients having the best experience. We know it's related to quality. But importantly, we also know that it's related to a recruitment and retention of the best physicians, healthcare professionals, nurses, and so on. And that's what we want working within our hospital. And then I think the other reason from an economic development point of view is that if we have that kind of a strong hospital, it's intimately linked to a strong local economy. So we think capital funding is pretty important for all those reasons. And so the last slide is really a request to you for your consideration as you think about your 2021 budget. We're asking if Montague would consider supporting this program with a contribution of $34,598 in 2021. And so I'll end there, Your Worship, and thank you very much for the opportunity of the presentation.
Thank you very much for this great presentation, Dr. Guppy. It's very, very, very well presented, and lots of great details. I'm always amazed when we think of our hospital compared to many years ago, how many programs that have been initiated and how many programs you do provide. So I want to thank you and all of the staff for all of that hard work. But I do have 2 or 3 comments I'd like to make. I'll hold till the end, but I'd like to open it up to council if we have any questions for you. So thank you. Yes, Klaus?
Thank you, Reeve. Very good, Barry Guppy. I just want to congratulate you on the report. I sat on the hospital board for 11 years, and it's pleasing to see you guys have come a long way since. And of course, when I was on the board, it was the building, and it wasn't so much about programs and so forth. So I'm quite pleased to see that you've come a long way with programs and doing a lot more for patient care. Thank you.
Any other questions? Karen?
Just wondering,
Yes, Karen?
just wondering on the finances as to how that figure was derived at.
So this is a formula that was developed a couple of years ago, and we're very happy to share that formula with you and the technical details. It was just a way of trying to represent the asks as we're approaching different municipalities in a consistent and fair way. But it is based on the use of the hospital by the population as well as the overall populations. But I'm very happy to share the formula and provide that to the clerk so that there's full transparency about how we did arrive at that figure, if that's helpful.
Yeah, I think that would be great. Thanks, Dr. Guppy. Is anything else there, Karen?
Nope, that's everything. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Jeff.
Real quick, thanks very much for the presentation. It's very good to see. I have one question just about how many different municipalities and hospitals have this type of agreement too as well throughout the province by chance? Or how common this is done, sorry?
Yeah, so I wouldn't know an exact number. I know that we're not unique. I also wouldn't say that it's overly common either. And I'm not sure how I would find that out short of calling all the municipalities, but I know we're not unique. I'm aware of a couple of others that are either exploring or actively involved in this kind of work, this kind of fundraising exercise. And again, I can try to provide you offline with some of the folks that I am aware of.
Follow up?
Yes, Jeff, thanks.
I would be curious, maybe not maybe necessarily through the municipalities, but I'm sure through your network of the hospital groups, have how many they go to the municipalities to ask for funding. I would be curious to know for that information, because I guess I could just say my concern side of it is just the slippery slope that starts to go with. The idea is good, and we need to find ways to obviously, yes, 100%. Streamline more money to the hospitals for these type of projects. But I just wonder, is this a direction that we need to go? And that's been the hardest part, I think, with this council. But thank you. I would like to know a little bit more of which ones do, though, please. So thank you.
Ian?
Yeah, again, thank you very much, everyone, for coming and sharing all that information. Mr. Guppy, do you happen to know how much funding you currently get from the municipalities that were on the list?
Yeah, so this is again a matter of public record. So for the municipalities that we've actually identified in the presentation, again, I'm happy to give the exact numbers, but over the course of the year, actually, maybe I'm not sure if Gardner, if you wanted to pipe in here, make sure I give the numbers correctly. But I think over the last 2 years, we probably have raised about $800,000.
Okay, so currently you guys are getting, is it like a $400,000? Is it annually from these other townships, or? It
works out to approximately that. And again, this is a matter of public record. So I hesitant to give it because the numbers are so precise. I'm happy to give if that's.
Oh, that's ballpark. Fine.
We can. It's approximately that amount, $400,000 or so. That's
We're
perfect.
expecting that each year it'll be a little larger because we have more municipalities contributing each year.
Okay.
So I think that we've had 2 or 3 questions for information, and I'm sure that we'll be having a further meeting after this regarding this request. So if we can have that information sent, and then our staff will be able to present that to our meeting, that our next meeting, that would be very beneficial, I think. I wanted to mention just one thing, Dr. Guppy. You did mention that the province does not provide for capital projects and so on, but I just wanted to mention that they do provide, in case the public is wondering, well, where does the province come in? They do provide for the bricks and mortar, which they have always done. So that's one thing I wanted to mention. Also was, I think it's quite amazing that with the way healthcare in the hospitals and so on is moving forward, because with this new healthcare model, to have 39 stakeholders involved locally, I think is quite admirable, and it just shows the interest of the community. So I think that's really a good thing. So, but I just wanted to also mention, when you said 800,000, I think going back to possibly Councillor Straight's question, your answer 800,000 for that has been fundraised. Was that 800,000 from municipalities, or was it from the municipalities and the foundation and so on, or was it just municipalities?
That's the amount over 2 years from municipalities only.
Okay, over 2 years.
That's correct. Yes.
So this request or any other request to any other municipality, have any of them had done the option of giving some money but putting it over a number of years,
Yes.
like was done many years ago? I think there was a big, when we fundraised for the redevelopment, was put over 5 or 10 years. So is that another option? And I guess the other item that people will be wondering about is, this request is for this year. What about the following years? Because you were talking more like sort of a 10-year plan here. So is that going to be similar each year?
Well, I guess that would be the hope.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we're obviously putting a variety of different things together, but given the magnitude of the funding gap, if some of the partners that we've talked about have agreed to participate for more than 1 year, and that's a conversation we're prepared to have with councils next year for those who are willing and to have that conversation with us. Absolutely.
Thanks. So any other questions, council? Okay, so seeing none, thanks very much to all of you for coming and giving us this great in-depth report. And we'll look forward to bringing this back to a further meeting, I guess I could say in the new year now. But for now, I have a motion, and that was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll, that council would receive this report, the Perth and Smith Falls District Hospital Delegation Report, and that the following be approved, that council receive the presentation as information. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So thank you all
Bye-bye.
from the hospital for coming. Claus, I see your hand up.
No,
Pardon me?
no, sir.
Okay. All right, so thanks everybody from the hospital board.
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank
Thanks
you.
for your time.
Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye. Okay, moving on. We're going to now move into our public meeting, which is regarding 4 Wellington Street, and that's the rezoning request. And as usual, I have something to read, which has to be always read publicly at these meetings. And we also have our planner here. When we come, we'll ask for his help in a few minutes. So the purpose of this meeting, this is a zoning amendment public hearing process. And the purpose of this meeting is the public meeting is to consider a proposed zoning bylaw amendment under section 34 of the Planning Act. And this meeting is now considered open. And I, as Bill Dobson, as Reeve, will be chairing this meeting. And the application being considered at this time is for a property at 4 Wellington Street. And the proposal is to amend the zoning to accommodate an accessory retail outlet for a permitted cannabis cultivation facility. This meeting is your opportunity to provide any feedback on this proposal, and we encourage you to do so, as the Planning Act rules suggest that the public's ability to voice objections later in the process may be limited if they don't either sign in or speak up at the meeting. Before I go on, Jasmine, I see your hand. Did you want? Yes, Jasmine?
Yes, I just want to note that if there's anybody watching who would like to sign into the meeting, you can sign in by sending me an email, which is available in the link to the agenda. It's also jralph@township.montague.on.ca. So you can sign in by sending me an email and noting that you're signing in.
Thanks, Jasmine. The next section of the meeting is the presentation and the hearing. And I'm now going to pass the meeting over to our planner, Carol Grenke, to report on notification and summarize the application. And following that, we will open the floor to comments from those in attendance and then discussion by council members. So Carol, welcome. Carol Grenke, our planner, and this is your report and presentation. So thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good evening, everyone. For those I haven't met, my name is Carl Grenke. I'm the township's planner, and I'll be summarizing the application and I guess the reason why we're here this evening. Jasmine, did you have the PowerPoint ready to screen share? I have a brief presentation here. It'll just we'll just go through the details. So as noted here, the application is for an industrial zoned property. Next slide, please. We're looking at a roughly 6-acre lot on Wellington Street, and Wellington Street is a little connection between Harper Condy Road, Dufferin Street, Minto, and Wellington. So just to the north of one of the historic subdivisions of the township. It's roughly a 6-acre lot. It's been used for industrial purposes for quite some time. Next slide, please. So in this case, the property is currently used as a cannabis cultivation facility. That's a land use that meets the existing industrial zoning in effect for the property. In 2019, the property owner obtained site plan approval to accommodate the development and look at matters of landscaping and some operational elements just to and screening just to buffer the redevelopment within its existing neighborhood context. So we have an existing industrial zoning in effect for the property, and that zoning actually does not allow retail uses. So some zoning bylaws allow an accessory retail as part of an industrial operation, but in this case, that is not currently accommodated. So earlier this year, the property owners approached the township looking for support to accommodate retail on the property and within the existing building. So what's proposed is to convert roughly 300 square feet in the existing building into that retail outlet. And in November of this year, we received a zoning amendment application from the property owner to accommodate that. So at this point, the council is being asked to consider the land use itself. So retail as a whole, whether retail associated with the permitted industrial use is appropriate. The licensing for the cannabis retail would be accommodated through the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, just like any other similar sort of proposal. I understand that application has been made and is in process, and in my experience, municipalities are obligated to sign off on zoning once it gets to that stage. So the official plan designates the property and surroundings as rural. Next slide, please. So technically what's being requested here is an amendment to the existing light industrial special exception zoning. So the light industrial zone allows a wide range of industrial uses within that zone. And on this particular property, some years ago, a special exception was created to limit the range of uses to the 4 that are outlined in the presentation. And the cannabis cultivation facility meets the definition of an industrial facility, and it's permitted as of right. So what this proposal seeks to do is simply amend the definition that's already, or amend the special exception that's already in place to add accessory retail outlet as a permitted use. Next slide, please. So at this point, before council can consider changing the zoning rules, the rules for the use of the land, the public meeting and the consultation process is an integral aspect of this application. It gives the opportunity to involve neighbors and those interested in the proposal to consult and to participate in the process. It's also an opportunity for the applicants to present their proposal and for the public to provide comments. There's questions, answers, and comments and feedback received will be considered by staff at the recommendation and a staff recommendation to be presented at the next available meeting. So council will not be making a decision on the application tonight. This is simply our opportunity to hear from the public and those who'd like to participate. Next slide, please. So consultation, of course, is done in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, which requires notification of neighbors within 400 feet of the property, notification of applicable public agencies with a notice posted on site. So we do have an opportunity for all interested persons and agencies to provide written or verbal submissions. Obviously, we're holding this meeting virtually, which is a unique circumstance. I think that every municipality in Ontario is sort of grappling with over the course of the COVID process, but certainly our intent is to ensure that anybody who does want to participate has a way to make their comments known to council. Next slide, please. So when we have a zoning amendment application, there's a number of things that we have to look at when we're considering the appropriateness of the proposal, and that includes the intent of the official plan. The official plan is the guiding policy document that outlines how we want to see growth and development occur in the municipality, as well as regard for the higher level provincial policy statement and county official plans that provide some higher level direction for us to follow. And of course, feedback from neighbors who provide local expertise and feedback from other agencies who have their own legislative mandates and technical expertise. Next slide, please. So at this point, we certainly encourage anybody who would like to speak to this application to do so, and council and staff will review any written and verbal comments we received. A report and a recommendation will be brought forward, and ultimately, following that time, I guess likely in early January, council will be in position to make a decision on the application, and there would be a 20-day appeal period. So I'll pause there and turn the floor back to the Reeve. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. We'll now invite any comments or submissions regarding this application from members of the public. And when speaking, please be advised that comments provided do form part of the public record. And as such, we ask that you please state your name and your address. And all comments should be addressed through myself, the chair. And you may also submit comments in writing prior to council's decision on the proposed zoning bylaw. There won't be a decision, as Carl said tonight. In the new year, there will be. So you can also submit comments to our staff in writing. Council will first hear from members of the public who wish to speak to this application, and then from the applicants for any concluding remarks they may have. Following that, we will entertain questions from council members. So Jasmine, I am going to go to you because Jasmine or Joanna, because I know that we may be accepting questions from the public in several different ways. Can you let us know what the questions are, if any, please?
So I believe the applicant is zoomed into this meeting right now. So if the applicant would like to speak to the application, I think that now is the time.
Do we not, on my, what I have read here, it says to me that we're asking the public for any questions first.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't have any questions, and I don't have anybody that requested to be signed in.
Okay, then that's great. So yes, great. So we do have the applicant here. So welcome to our meeting, and I'll ask if you have comments and questions. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you. I don't have any questions or comments. I think it's Carl explained everything of what the plan is, and I'm here if there's any questions from anyone.
Okay, then thank you. Then I am going to go to I think I'm going to go next then to our council. So does council have any questions? Yes, Karen.
I have a question with reference to the entrance and then exit for the retail store, like for the accessing the property. Does that get questioned now? Is this the stage, Carl?
Yes, Carl.
Yes, I think I would defer that question to the proponent, but my understanding is that they will be using the existing facilities as much as possible. But I'll let the proponent respond to that particular question.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
We haven't. So we have two access points to the site. There's a north and south entrance. We haven't really decided if we're going to have them both open or just have one open.
Follow up?
Yes, go ahead, Karen, please.
The reason I question that is I was thinking about that sharp S turn, the little sharp one that goes from the, I don't know whether it's the south side, that little sharp curve, and there's a house that's very close on the corner. That's why I was wondering if it's going to be an entrance one way and an exit out the other way type thing, because that's what I was thinking about, was that traffic for that sharp corner.
Yep, that it might be a good, we're open to suggestions on how to make it flow more appropriately.
Okay, thanks for that question, Karen. And I'll go to Carl, please.
Thank you. I've had preliminary discussions with the Public Works Department on this proposal, but this is something that we can assess in greater detail with between Public Works and the proponent, and report back to council on how we would address that in the new year.
I have just a general question, Carl. I guess this is for you. Like, if this exception was granted and we move forward, I guess I'm thinking down the road. Does that zoning then stay with this property, or does it revert back? I'm just saying down the road, 10, 20, 30 years from now, if the same use was not there, does this exception stick with the property, or does it revert back to where it is right now? Yes, Carl?
Yes, the zoning, if council approves a zoning change, then the zoning remains in effect until such time that council changes the zoning again at some point later. But typically, a zoning does not align with a specific business or a specific owner. It stays with the property until it's specifically changed at some point in the future.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions then? Claus?
Thank you, Reeve. Question to the proponent. Have you done a business study as to how much traffic you would anticipate to this retail outfit? Or retail store, sorry.
We haven't done a study yet, no.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff?
No, can't hear you.
You're muted,
Yeah, Jeff.
Can't believe I did that. It's embarrassing. My question was really along the same line as Claus's. Just kind of curious because I mean it's an out of the way spot for a retail place, but I understand how it complements the business. So, but I guess that big question is are we looking at 20 extra cars, 50 extra cars, 100 extra cars like a day? You know, just as far as that flow, I mean, I'm sure that's going to be the question that a lot of the public's going to have too as well. Yeah, so I think really that's on the same boat. And I don't know if you're going to have that information or not, because you don't know. You could have a lot of people coming, and you could have a lot less. And I also, my other, not to ramble, but sort of like the other side of it is like how many people right now, John Marco, do you have that come into your shop on a daily basis?
We have two full-time employees, plus my parents and myself. Like those are the workers that are every day, and then there's tradespeople that are periodically in and out.
So just a quick follow-up. A quick follow-up. I mean, like the other side of it is like, you know, if people say, well, I mean, if it increases the cars by 40 cars a day, in fairness to the proponents, if there was a different industry there where they employed 50 people, it'd be the same carload. So I mean, I think that's where, you know, it'd be curious to know but if they had a crazy retail business where they saw 300 people a day, which, you know, a lot of retail businesses do, that could be a big difference. So anyway, those are my comments, and but thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Ian?
Giancarlo, hours of operation.
We put 9 to 5.
9 to 5.
Okay. Any other questions then? So seeing no further questions, I'm going to move on. And this is just for my closing remarks and the reminder. And that is that this matter will be considered at our next available committee of the whole meeting. And anyone wishing further notice and or notice of the decision regarding this proposal is asked to leave their full name and address with our staff. And I think you can either phone that in or send it in by email. And as Jasmine said, you can sign up tonight at the online. So before leaving this meeting. And under the Planning Act, any person or body who is not satisfied with the decision of council may appeal council's decision to the new local planning tribunal, appeals tribunal. The last day for filing an appeal will be outlined in the notice of decision. Council will consider all the information presented before reaching a decision. And as it's been stated, we will hopefully get more information from you, Carl, regarding any questions, and it'll be brought back at a future meeting in, I hope, hopefully in January. So if there's no further comments and questions by our applicant or anyone on council, then I'm going to call this meeting as adjourned regarding this application. And Carl, is there anything else that you wanted to add?
I think that covers it. And in the coming weeks, we'll work with the proponent. I think some options the council does have that are being considered here are is further refining the special exception zoning to sort of limit the scope of the retail size, so that it doesn't become the sort of scale that introduces a significant traffic impact. So we can have a closer look at that. I did have a verbal discussion with the resident this afternoon with regards to some questions regarding securities and security, and I've encouraged her to provide that in writing. So if we get that, then certainly that'll be provided to the proponent and to council, along with the follow-up report. But
I think going back to Councillor Jennings' comments regarding entrance, I think you'll be able to bring us back some more information on that.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, Jeff?
I mean, I just have one comment, like, about sizing and everything else. I mean, like, limiting a size of a shop like that, I don't know if that would help or that would reduce sales or not. Because I mean, you can have a pretty small place, and if you've been to Amsterdam, you can see there's lots of small places. I mean, they're all very successful. So I mean, it's I don't know if limiting the size is going to do anything as far, or if that's something that we should be putting out there. Carl, I don't know. Like, I don't know if we should or not. So,
well, I think maybe that's a very good question, and maybe Carl, if you don't mind adding that to your information that you have to bring back to us anyways at our next meeting.
Certainly, no, that's an excellent point, Councillor, and we will investigate that and sort of work with the proponent on that. But I think I guess the concern I'm hearing is just sort of managing the potential impacts, so that we can all sort of predict what the overall size, what the overall traffic impacts could be in case a future development does come or expand beyond what might be desirable in that particular context. So I will certainly have that conversation with the proponent and report back to council on that.
Okay, then. So thank you, Carl, and our proponent for this proposal, and we'll look forward to having our meeting. So I see no further questions, and so I'm going to consider this public meeting adjourned, and I have a motion regarding it moved by Klaus van der Meer and seconded by Ian Straight, that the council receive the following report: the public meeting for Wellington Street zoning amendment, and that the following be approved: that council receive the report for information and direct staff to continue to receive public and agency comments with respect to the proposed 4 Wellington Street rezoning for consideration. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to our first report of our municipal officers. And I think for A, that's going to be with our consultant planner, Forbes Simon from JP2G, regarding our official plan issues and options report. I do see Forbes, so welcome, Forbes, and I'm going to hand the floor, or the screen, I think I'll say, to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reeve. I appreciate the opportunity to be before you this evening. The issues and options report that you have before you is the culmination of the official plan review stage of the project. It brings together the comments that were provided to council by the public, comments that we received through agency consultation, discussions I had with individual councillors and your staff, as well as my own review of your official plan. This is a large document, and it's important that you understand how it's structured. The issue is on the left side of the page. With respect to each issue, there is an assessment done in terms of what the provincial policy statement says, what the Lanark County Community Official Plan states, and what your own official plan states. And then on the far right are recommendations for updating or changes to your official plan. I'd like to start off, though, if I may, Reeve, by saying that my general sense of your official plan is that it's a pretty good document. It's in good shape. It I don't believe is in need of being replaced, which is always a question that you consider during an official plan review and update. I think generally you've got a very good document on your hands. And what we're talking about are some required updates to be consistent with the PPS and the county plan, and also some areas where I think council's desire to see changes in the way business is done and development takes place. We've got some suggestions to improve the official plan policies. Reeve, I don't know if the expectation is to go through each recommendation at this time, or how you would like me to proceed at this moment.
I like the idea of going through each one of them individually.
Okay.
It's up to council, but if council is fine with that, I think that would be a good idea. We may not have any questions or comments, but if you don't mind going through them one at a time.
Very good. So at the end of the day, this document provides direction on what a future official plan amendment may look like. And it's in council's control to determine that document. This is your project. So these are recommendations. If you agree with the recommendations, then they will go forward into the official plan amendment. We can tweak them, we can revise them. There may be some where there is a requirement to conform to the PPS that you don't have the discretion that you may have in others, but I'll move forward. So the first issue was expanding opportunities for commercial and industrial investment. I think that there are some areas of your official plan where we could improve sort of the salesmanship of the document and promotion of the community as being investment ready. And so I've got some recommendations for section 1.32 of your official plan, as well as 2.2, the economic policies. I think in particular, there is a huge opportunity for Montague Township to expand the range of home occupations that are permitted in this community and allow for the entrepreneurial spirit to flourish with minimal investment. And home occupations, both within the house and in accessory buildings, is something that has got a lot of support over the years. And I think that there's an opportunity for you to improve your policies in that respect. There are also the ability to tweak the policies that are focused on the Montague Business Park, expanding or clarifying the range of uses that are appropriate, promoting the use of attractive planning features, landscaping, proper entrances, signage to sort of spruce up the look of the business parks, and also to promote it as an area for future investment. One point we think is important is that residential not be included in your business park. By including residential, you end up sterilizing a fairly broad range of industrial uses that could be invested in that site. And that's through the D6 guidelines set out by the Ministry of the Environment that keep certain types of land uses apart.
Forbes, if I can just interrupt for a minute.
Yes.
Forbes, if I could just interrupt for a minute, please. Council's had considerable discussions already regarding the providing more, I guess I could say more accessory dwellings. from detached buildings. So I think we've had quite a few discussions about that, and I feel that our council is on board with that philosophy and wishes it to move forward. We haven't had as many discussions regarding our business park, and part of it is because as long as I've been around, for maybe 15 years, we've always talked about wanting to develop the business park, our business park, and to the point where many years ago we put up what I thought was a pretty nice sign and so on. The problem has always been, and I think it's still a problem, and whether you will be able to address this, not necessarily tonight, but regarding the business park, the restrictions there seem to always have to do with either water, the intake to Smith Falls, or the fact that there's no services. And when we've thought we had people interested, maybe industrially or commercially, the question always arose, what kind of services? Well, we don't have services there. It still would have to be on well and septic system, which then we have the problems with the intake of Smith Falls. So I'm just wondering, if you don't mind just making a comment on that, and then I'll leave it back to you. Thank you.
I think that those are important things. I have seen rural industrial parks flourish, but you have to be very careful about the range of uses, and you have to be realistic about the range of uses. I think some of the small rural industrial parks over in the Kempville area have very similar characteristics as your site, and they're fully subscribed, and people are wanting more lots in those areas. It may be a question of being realistic about the range of uses that can be permitted on the site, as well as promotion. A lot of economic development isn't about what your planning policies say, but how you promote that asset and seek people to invest in it. And so you might be able to have a bit of improvement in the policy. And I know your staff have a fair bit of experience in the economic development side, and maybe can assist in promoting the park more aggressively.
Thanks. Okay.
One of the other things that we talked about, and I think it requires some more effort, but is using the airport. The Montague Smith Falls Airport is in a really good location to support some more industrial or commercial investment. And airports historically have commercial or industrial hubs around them. And one of the things that I thought was worthwhile exploring is the idea of maybe permitting a small cluster of commercial investment or industrial investment around your airport. It's on a fantastic road, and it's a great location, and maybe there's some potential there, but it is understood that it's under the control of the Airport Commission and would require further dialogue with your partner municipality, Smith Falls, on that before anything could go ahead. But I wanted to table that as potential idea for council to explore over time. The other point is that I think that there needs to be clarity in terms of what the positive outcome of an increased commercial industrial investment is to the community. It's alluded to, it's touched on, but I think it's a very important thing for your assessment base to encourage as much commercial industrial investment as you can get. And so there are some sections where we could talk about that positive investment. The next section, Reeve, deals with the hamlet settlement areas.
I'm just wondering, Forbes, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask if there's any questions from council regarding this first section. If not, then we can go on. Were there any questions, council? Okay, thanks. Then great. We'll go on then. So the Hamlet settlement areas. Thanks, Forbes.
I believe Councillor Carroll had a question.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see your hand there, Jeff. Yes, Jeff?
You're muted, Jeff.
I like the Ian, don't laugh. Twice. Ridiculous. I gotta
go ahead, Claus.
I like the idea of the airport, and I guess that's a bigger conversation. Maybe like that if we change that in our official plan, does that then help sort of with the discussions that we will have about the airport with Smiths Falls that we're planning on doing next year? I guess, right?
It may be better to have the conversation than before you initiate the policies, Councillor.
Okay.
I think that maybe the optics of changing your plan without consultation wouldn't be that good.
Like, okay, so putting a cart in front of the horse almost kind of a deal.
A little bit, Councillor.
Okay.
So thanks, Jeff. Just to follow up on that, Jeff and Forbes, and everybody, over the years, when any discussions ever arose regarding the airport, everybody, including the township, the town, the flying club, the commission, everybody always seemed to be on board with some kind of development, commercial/industrial development at the airport. It was always mentioned that it would be nice to have a cluster, yes, but it was always thought that it would be better to have aviation-related commercial industrial development there, aviation-related, something to do with the airport. And there have been businesses over the years, and there's been opportunities. They just economically have not turned out yet. But that was the big thing that everybody was on board with, but they were always wanting to have aviation-related activities to the airport. Just wanted to make that comment. Thanks. I'll hand, yes, Claus?
Thank you, Ray. Forbes, in regards to the industrial park, you talked a lot about it and your talk was great. Appreciate everything you said. Should we possibly engage a third-party agency to promote the airport, the industrial park, rather than trying to do it ourselves?
That's always an opportunity. I think I've partnered in the past with upper tier governments, the county government, the regional development corporations. Those are the types of bodies that you would want to partner with and let them know that you've got available land. The other thing is that there's a program in the province of Ontario called Investment Ready Certification.
Right, I've heard of that.
I'm not recommending that you go that route to get certified by the province, but it's a very good blueprint on how to maximize the potential of your property. And I've talked to both Carl and Jasmine about this. And working towards getting the property so that all someone has to do is write a check and take out a building permit. That the approvals are pretty well all done. And that may require a bit more investment and effort by council, but my experience is that it pays off in a big way.
Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no further questions, Ian, please. Ian? Yes, Ian?
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. I kind of agree with what Forbes is saying here. I think that his first bullet point there for the Money Business Park is really essential, and that's the clarification of what it is that we can actually do there before you start going out and worrying about shopping it out or anything else. Figure out what's actually allowed, and then you can promote it if need be. Secondly, to Councillor Carroll's point there, the airport has potential. I think it probably has even more potential than our business park does. And whether it's aeronautically associated businesses or not, as far as I'm concerned, it's open for development, and it should be open for development. It doesn't matter what it is, and we need to take a closer look at that. For me anyway, going forward.
Okay, then seeing no further questions, Forbes, I think I'll give it back to you and for the discussion on the Hamlet settlement areas.
Thank you very much, Reeve. On the Hamlet settlement area, I think that, again, the idea of the official plan is to promote the growth of your two main settlement areas. And I think that there can be some improved policy. One of the things that I think is important, though, is that when you get into section 3.7 of your official plan, that the policies should be promoting plans of subdivision and limiting the range or the opportunity to do severances. And I know in the past that the policies promoted 3 severances in the hamlets. What that does is it starts chipping away at the available land for a subdivision, takes sort of the gravy off the subdivision, right? The lots that are out at the front that don't take a lot of money to get up and running, that can help finance the back part of a subdivision. And the severances are just an inefficient way of doing development, and you'll just end up with strips along the road, and you won't end up with any backlot development. And so my recommendation to you is to take a new approach and to limit severances to infilling, and promote the use of the lands through the subdivision process. That being said, there are some things that council, if they're so willing, can do to help grease the wheels, as it were, to get subdivisions going. And one of the things is that the council could consider assisting and doing or helping out with studies, sort of pre-application studies like hydrogeologic assessments, archaeological assessments, those things that take a lot of time. And council could actually help and get that done sort of pre-application. And then that may be an enticement for someone to take the ball and run with the subdivision. It's not done that common, but it is an opportunity for you to think about. You also have the ability to use financial tools such as development charges, that if you got a development in an area that that was favorable, that you would be able to entice that to go ahead by reducing or waiving certain fees and charges. Again, it's sort of an incent type of approach to making things happen. Just having policies in your official plan may not be enough. You need to maybe be a little bit more aggressive in promoting that investment into rounding out your settlement areas. But I think that the settlement areas that you have are very good ones. Rosedale and Andrewsville are excellent locations that have potential, and it maybe just needs a bit more of a nudge and a push to get it over the goal line. That's all I have to say on that section 2.
Forbes, I'm just wondering, as you, sorry, Forbes, question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Forbes, I'm just wondering, as you present each of these, do you want to give you kind of a positive approval of moving each forward? Do you want us to do that each time, or will you wait till the end and we'll package it all together, or what?
I think it would be best if we waited to the end. If there are problems, it may be worthwhile identifying them now, and we can highlight those issues where there are concerns by council. But I I think it would be best maybe to wait to the end, but I'm happy to answer questions as we go through.
Okay. Okay, as we did and with the first one. So does council have any further questions then regarding the settlement area discussion? Claus, did I see your hand up?
No, I don't have a question. I just want to elaborate on Forbes's comments and suggestions in regards to the hamlet areas, but we'll do it at the end.
Okay, thank you. And Forbes, you said that you mentioned 2 settlement areas, but I mean, in fact, we actually have 7 settlement areas, but which 2 are you talking about?
Rosedale and Andersville are the 2 that are identified in the official plan that have the most potential for development. The other ones, maybe not so much, but those 2 are the key ones that the official plan focuses on, and I would recommend you continue to do that.
Mm-hmm. Now, I can understand, like, say, the Wood subdivision, Carsville, Adirondack, but I would hope that we would also look at the potential in the other 2 settlement areas, that being Newmagate and Nolan's Corners. Yes, Jeff.
I wanted, like, the key on that. I think I agree with Forbes, obviously, with the settlement areas, but like when we talk about the other ones, like you're saying, like Nolan's too as well, and Newmagate, I think what the big one is if we're going to detour from those 2 settlement areas, it's what is the road condition of where else we want to do those kind of things. If that makes sense, Forbes, like where, like, I mean, I see Roger Stevens. I mean, it's a county road, but that's a huge opportunity to be playing off of, because that road is already in place. Nolan's is tough because we have to do a lot of road infrastructure to increase a lot of the population there. But I just wonder, like, I like the idea of encouraging the subdivisions on those ones, but also on those developed roads. Is there a way to word that in there too as well?
I believe I've picked up on some of that later on, and maybe we can talk about that a little bit more, Councillor Carroll, later on.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions on this section? Okay, seeing none.
The next section, Reeve, deals with communal services. Right now, your official plan prohibits communal services, and I think that it's important that that barrier be removed, because I think it could help with intensification and development of the hamlets.
Okay. Any questions from council? Comments? No, seeing none. Moving on.
The issue of scattered rural residential development has come up. It's not unique to Montague. It's a big issue in most rural communities. I am recommending that your consent policies remain as they are right now and not be changed. I think that as you're going forward, one of the things we talked about are severances ending up on the types of roads that Councillor Carroll mentioned that require upgrade, that may not have ever been envisioned to have an extra 10 cars a day on them. And you get 5 or 6 houses on a rural road that's got 6-meter gravel. The next thing you know, you've got a delegation before you wanting it to be tarred and chipped and widened. And it's a never-ending cycle of road needs being pushed by development. And one of the things that in discussion with staff, I was made aware of your 2019 roads needs assessment, and the idea of promoting severances on roads that have higher standards and not promoting severances on roads that have lower standards makes a lot of sense to me. And you've got the information available that we could set out a policy that discourages severances on roads that have a 4 rating and promote severances on roads that have a 5 or a 6 or a 7 rating as per your roads needs assessment. The other thing we're recommending, the policies talk about strip development, but it's not defined. And I think that's an area that if we define strip development, then council and your staff are going to have more tools available to manage the growth that's happening in some of these rural areas. The other option that we've identified, or I've identified in the report, is this idea of a cluster lot development. Cluster lot developments, I'll be fully candid with you. They were originally developed in Mississippi Mills. I think Carl and I were working on that project when we were both there many moons ago. We saw a couple of uptakes in Mississippi Mills. I had the policies introduced for a while in North Grenville with limited success. But in talking to your staff, I think that there's an opportunity for this as a sort of a novel way for a small scale subdivisions that fit into the rural area, that don't have a big demand on tax-based services, to be successful. And it may be an option that you want to consider going forward. That's all I have to say on that section, Reeve.
Yes, Jeff?
I was just gonna say, like, would you not compare like a road like Bristow that we have, like as a strip development?
Oh, there's certainly areas of the township that I think are very much strip development, and that's costly in terms of road maintenance. It's costly in terms of garbage pickup. It's costly in terms of snow removal. I can tell you as a fact, Councillor, that for severed lots in the strip development area, that the tax revenue that's generated barely covers the 20-year life cycle cost of the roads. And if you get development more in depth, you'll have a better financial return on those, and to the point where they start breaking even. But strip development is inefficient and a financial liability for municipalities.
Forbes, I have a question also. You were mentioning about the concern that we should have doing severances on class 4 or less roads. I guess that sort of made me think, though, about how we're moving forward with our accessory dwelling discussions. And when we talk about accessory dwelling discussions, we're not talking about specific roads or classifications of roads. And so I guess you're sort of bringing up a concern that I might have then, that if we end up having too many, might be a good thing, but if we end up having more than we want, accessory dwelling buildings going up on, say, gravel roads or roads that may not be a 6 or 7, then would we be defeating the purpose there?
I think that if you've got existing development, the number of accessory dwellings won't have a measurable effect on the road. My suggestion is that the roads be used for the creation of new lots. And I think that the way the legislation is on accessory dwellings is that every property should have the right to do that. I don't think that you're going to have a run on the township in terms of accessory dwellings. It'll be gradual. It'll be one here, one there. And I think that that's probably good. Intensifying an existing entrance onto a road and having 2 houses or 2 dwellings off that existing residence improves the finances. The problem is creating new lots where I'd recommend you use the roads.
Yeah, so it is creating more taxes, but it's still creating more use on the road. But as you said, it's probably going to happen gradually, and it shouldn't be too big of a impact without us handling it. Jeff, please.
Thanks. Sorry, I think I might have misasked my last question, but it's more about the cluster side of things, because like now when you say the cluster one, does that mean that road stay private the whole time? Like that road that would go up the middle and then the houses would branch off of, that would stay private, or eventually it would be turned over to the municipality after it's been built on, per se?
That's a great question, Councillor. And the suggestion is that it would be private and it would be a common element condominium. And that way the municipality doesn't have the costs associated with maintaining the road. It's the responsibility of the development itself. And it would be this small little cluster that treats it as a private road, but through the condominium process, they have ways of financing and managing that are very efficient and tried and true. But the idea is that it would be a private road and maintained as a private road, and you get 7 or 8 or 10 property taxes for one entrance onto the township road, and that really changes the financial matrix in a positive way.
But a follow up that, but then it puts like sort of that extra road cost then back onto those residents that are living there, I guess.
And I that's exactly the case. But I would suggest that the other way of looking at it is if they're stripped along the township road, it's the entire tax base that's subsidizing that. And I would suggest it's better that the individual be responsible for their costs as opposed to having a burden on the tax base with new growth.
Okay. Okay. Seeing over.
Again,
Yes.
it's a suggestion. It's an option. If it's not something you're comfortable with, you know, it's not. You don't need to go forward with it.
Oh, it's good proof.
And
okay,
it can be tweaked and revised too, Councillor.
Okay, thanks, Forbes. Ian, please.
Yeah, just on the note of the clusters, I kind of like the idea of the cluster housing. I think it's a totally different approach. I guess the whole idea for is with the road portion of it, it wouldn't have to be that road that's built into to say service those 10 houses. Would it have to meet like a ministry standard, or could it be just like a maybe a glorified driveway type thing?
Again, Councillor, thank you very much. That's an excellent question. In the past, what I've done is had policies that require the road to meet the minimum standard under the building code for emergency vehicle access, which is a 6-meter road base. And so it would be the absolute minimum size of road. And if you've got 6 to 10 houses, that 6-meter surface is more than sufficient for a little stub road.
So follow up if you don't mind, Reeve.
Yes.
Is it feasible, or have you heard of where the township kind of maintains the road, but it gets billed back to the people that live on the road? Because some of the things I've heard about some of these private roads are where 5 houses pay their share and the 6th guy doesn't pay his, and then they're kind of chasing to get him to pay his portion of the gravel and the grading or wherever it might be.
So that's why it has to go through the condominium process, Councillor. Okay. I would not recommend a new private road unless it was a common element condominium.
Perfect, thank you.
And they have that financial dispute mechanism built right into the condominium model. And if you buy a house, you're buying a share in that road, and it's very clear what you have to do and how much you have to pay.
All right, thank you very much. That really clarifies things.
Okay, Forbes, if that's all for that section, then I think we can move on to the Pinery Road.
Yes. I don't think that we have any recommendations specific to Pinery Road. I think that they're picked up in terms of severance. Pinery Road was sort of an example, maybe not the best one, but in general, you know, Carl made a very good response back to the member of public that asked for clarification on this. And I've identified Carl's response, which I think is spot on. I don't have anything further to add to that.
Okay, I see no further questions then on that one.
The promotion of sustainable development, I think your official plan actually has sustainable development embedded throughout it. I think that there is potential to tweak some policies, but it doesn't appear that there are any gaps in the policies, and I'm not recommending any changes with respect to sustainable development. I think your policies are very good.
Okay. Okay, I think we can go forward.
Rideau Avenue, a very interesting corner of the municipality with an interesting past. And the more I got into that subject area, the more I was feeling that it was not, that the increased development potential of Rideau Avenue is not a planning issue, it's a political issue. And I think that this specific issue requires dialogue with the town of Smith Falls and to have them agree that additional development could take place there, because it's their pipes that are supporting the growth if it was to take place. And so I think it's more a political issue than it is a planning issue.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, I think we can move forward.
The next one is the secondary dwelling units. I think your planner has presented you with a very good report. I've reviewed the report in detail. I support the recommendations of Carl's report. I think it would be important to move forward with that. And that would be one key area that would bring your plan into conformity with the new PPS and the Planning Act legislation that requires this to be in place.
All right. Seeing nothing on this one, I guess we'll move on to the mobile home issue.
Reeve, the mobile home issue is it's an emotional one for people. And as a planner, I have had a very strong opinion about mobile homes that really hasn't changed over the course of my career. And if I may, when we look at affordable housing, mobile homes end up becoming a subject that we have to talk about. The problem that planners have had historically with mobile homes is that they're a depreciating asset. It's like buying a vehicle. The moment you take it off the lot, it starts decreasing in value. After 5 years, a mobile home is worth half of what its original capital investment was. If you have a modular home or a normal conventional stick frame home that's on a foundation, they retain their value or they can appreciate in value over time. The last thing I think we want to do as public officials is recommend investment into a depreciating asset as an affordable housing option. And really, I would encourage you to limit the use of mobile homes. I think that the existing policy should clarify when mobile homes are acceptable. There are times that they make sense. Moving them on site for temporary living while a new house is being constructed makes a lot of sense. Having them for agricultural operations for seasonal employees makes a lot of sense. Having them as an option when your house is burnt down and you need something makes a lot of sense. But having them as an accessory dwelling unit, I think is the wrong way to go. And that's because it's a poor financial investment. And the last thing we want to be doing is encouraging those that have meager means to invest in a depreciating asset. That's my rant on that one, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, no problem. Jeff, and then Claus. Jeff, please.
I was going to just say a quick question. I guess that is, I agree as a primary residence and everything else. I don't think it's the right idea to put on those kind of lots. But you're saying as a secondary, like, so if I wanted to have that, I wanted to put one there because my parents-in-law are going to come in and probably for the next 10 years. Is that, you're saying discourage that too as well? Or is that's the opportune time to use that as a secondary?
They were used, Councillor, when we were talking about granny flats and there were the 10-year time limits on them or the 3-year time limits on them. But I think now that our discussion about accessory dwellings is more of a permanent structure and less of a short-term temporary fix, that we need to change our mindset. And so that if you're going to make an investment on your property into a secondary dwelling unit that's detached, I would suggest that it be on foundation and more of a permanent structure. I've seen people that have built them and designed them like a garage. And so that if they decide down the road they didn't want that accessory unit, or the reason they put it there in the first place is past, they can convert it to a garage. The only option you have with a trailer is taking it off the site and trying to get 20 cents on the dollar for it. And again, it's just not a sustainable form of investment that I would recommend.
Okay, Claus.
Thank you, Reeve. And Forbes, thank you very much for the explanation. I couldn't concur with you more. I agree 100%. I think from a property standards point of view, it would be a wrong thing to do. But my question is, could we, and we did have in Montague, a mobile home park, develop an area where they can be put on a communal septic system, so it looks, and make sure it looks attractive and so on and so forth. There are some mobile home parks outside of Smith Falls is one that's fairly well done, and Otterdale Estates is another one.
Yep.
And that.
Well, a lot of the mobile home parks are moving towards modular homes as well, Councillor. Right. But I agree with you. If you've got a mobile home park, that's where they go. And but I think a lot of people are even starting to take off the old mobiles and put on new modulars that are on an actual footing and foundation.
Yeah, well, some of the mobile homes, like they're adding the verandas onto them, porches, sheds. I mean, they're making them very attractive. And I think for affordable living space, a mobile home park would be ideal.
It's certainly the only option I would support those activities.
Thank you.
Okay, then moving on, Forbes, I think we had a question from the public maybe about too many rules for secondary dwelling units.
And I think that the policies that have been recommended by Carl for secondary dwelling units would clarify the rules and make it quite straightforward.
Okay, thank you. And moving forward, more growth, open up housing options. That's 3.4.
I think the secondary dwelling units, again, are a big response to that question. And it would be a significant advancement, in my planning opinion, for the township to bring those policies in place. I think that you would certainly want to monitor it and see what happens. But I think that it would be an option that would be attractive to a number of people in your community.
Thank you. And moving on to the next section, that's under the green energy section and the green infrastructure.
Yeah, I'm recommending section 2.3 be expanded to identify potential for regional scale alternative energy projects. It seems to be a gap that's missing in the policy. Rest of the policies in the plan are quite supportive, but I think that perhaps some improved wording would be justified.
And in a case like that, you would come back to us with that improved wording?
Yes, Reva, maybe this is a good point to jump off and talk about that. So once you've gone through this and you're comfortable with the recommendations, I would draft an official plan amendment and come up with very specific wording and then bring that back to council. And then once you are satisfied as a council that that's the appropriate direction, we would then initiate the formal official plan amendment process and have the public meetings and circulate your document to them. But so you have control over that. This is sort of saying what the table of content would be, and then I'll come forward. The next step would be a draft official plan amendment that actually has the specific wording for you to consider.
Perfect. Okay, then moving forward on the consent applications.
Yeah, I think that there needs to be clarity about the fact that the township is rich with natural resources that need to be protected, and that you can't put development just anywhere in the township. And there's some suggestion about areas where we could clarify that point of the richness of the natural resources and the need to protect them from incompatible development. The other thing that we've done is we've created new mapping for you for your official plan that brings in the latest wetland mapping, all the natural heritage mapping, and that quality mapping, I think, helps people understand what the constraints are, and they can easily figure out what rules are applying or not. And so we're hoping that the mapping would help. The other thing that Carl and I have talked about is the idea of having a citizen's guide. There are many of them out there that I think we could tailor to Montague, but just saying, this is how you go through the process. These are the steps. Many people, they only do it once in their life if they ever do it. And so it's foreign to them. And the more we can do to educate them at the beginning of the process as to what's expected, what's going to happen, usually the smoother things go.
Okay. Jeff?
I just want to say, I think that's another, we should be saving this for the end, but that's a key point. I think a lot of our official plan is quite strong. It's how do we develop the policies to make sure that we implement it the proper way, and putting these kind of things in place. So I thank for bringing that one up, because that was a big one that was definitely on my list. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then moving on to the Indigenous engagement.
Yeah, so there's 5 areas of your plan that I think should be improved with respect to engagement with our First Nation communities. I think that it would be a really important symbolic gesture to have a statement in the basis of your plan about human occupation pre-1800. And that the township recognizes the historic use of the land. And then there's other areas throughout the plan where we've recommended just standard wording that is now expected through the PPS in your official plans.
Good. Great. Okay. And the next section?
The Rideau Canal. It is arguably the jewel of your township. It's a jewel of Eastern Ontario. Parks Canada has wording that they've provided that is attached to the report. And I'd work with Carl to take that wording and massage it to fit Montague Township. Carl was involved with the landscape strategy through Parks Canada and knows this stuff quite well. I wasn't engaged in that so much, but I think that there's some really good suggestions there to clearly protect the resource, but also opportunities to promote and take advantage of the resource of the canal as well.
Thank you, Forbes, for that. And myself, I've been, I think I've been on that Rideau Corridor landscape strategy right from the beginning when it was first developed. And we all know that the Rideau Canal was designated a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. And I think it's every either 5 years or 10 years, maybe 10 years, that they review that. And it's always been thought that the UNESCO could take that designation away as easy as they gave it to us. So if we don't adhere somewhat to the, to what the promotion, what the Rideau Corridor landscape strategy promotes, then, we could be in trouble. But it all seems to make sense. So I'm glad that you're looking at that because there's some very good information there. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yep, going on then.
The next section deals with aggregate. Your official plan captures your aggregate resources very well right now. It captures the bedrock resources. The ministry did have a number of sort of housekeeping edits that they've recommended, and I'm suggesting that we go forward with those edits, and they're in the ministry comments. But it's just tweaking and improving. It's nothing substantive and changing. And this is always a contentious issue, the aggregate, particularly the bedrock. And I was pleased to see that your plan captures that now. So it's quite good.
Good. Natural heritage?
Yes, and so that was one of the big pieces of work that my staff have prepared, is this idea of natural heritage system mapping. And that takes your ANSIs, your wetlands, and identifies corridors to connect these areas. You had some of that already in your plan, which I'll be honest, I was surprised about. Not many communities have that. And we have a biologist that she's a crackerjack, and she's took the liberty of taking all your existing information and tweaking it a bit and coming up with a new heritage system map that presents quite a compelling picture about the natural resources of the community. So that will come forward for you to take a look at and consider as well.
Okay, so Forbes, I think we've gone through all of the items, and I'm just wondering now if you would prefer us to go back to the first item and for you to just for us to give you consensus that we're willing to move forward or not on each issue. Is that if we can do that fairly quickly, because we still have another meeting after this one, but
Yeah.
But you've already given us so much great information. I really appreciate that, but I'm thinking that you probably would like to be able to know whether council is giving consensus to each issue or not. I'll have a comment there from you, Ian, please.
Yeah, I actually have a question for Forbes. My question is, in the official plan about the designated agricultural property throughout the township, the 1,500 acres that's set aside.
I'm sorry, could you come back at that again, Councillor?
So my question is regarding the designated agricultural property that's set out within the township.
Okay.
Does that property all need to be, I understand that we need to set some property aside. Does that property all need to be clumped together, or can it be spread out throughout the township?
You're speaking about the agricultural lands?
Yes.
Yeah, the agricultural lands historically are based on soil classification. And the lands that are identified in your official plan would be classed 1 to 3 agricultural lands. And that's the basis, I'm assuming, that it was identified in the first place. And so the province requires provincially significant agricultural lands to be designated in local official plans. And I'm assuming, Carl, unless there's something that's unique, I don't understand, but I'm assuming it's was a requirement from the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs to designate those lands agriculture.
Yes, Carl?
So I would actually defer that question to you, Mr. Reeve. I wasn't involved through that original when the current official plan was created. That just predated my time with the township, so I wasn't involved in those discussions. But I understand from earlier discussions, Mr. Dobson, that this is something that has been fairly contentious in the past.
Well, it certainly was one of the criteria. The main criteria used was that it was classed 1 or 2. I'm not sure whether it was 3, but definitely 1 or 2. And they wanted to keep it in as close to a block as possible. And the biggest block, obviously, was where it is right now along the Highway 43 corridor. That's where the biggest block was, and it was suggested at the time the next biggest block was down around Andrewsville. And then there were a couple of small, very small pockets along the Rosedale Road and possibly north of Smith Falls. But at the time, they first wanted us to designate 5,000 acres, and the council of the day thought it was a lot better for the township to keep that less, and it went from 5,000 to 1,500, all in one block. But certainly the main criteria was that it was classed 1 or 2. Hopefully that clears it a little bit, but I have Ian and Jeff. So Ian?
I guess my question is, was the designation of it, and if there are other parts within the township, should it be broken up, and does it need to be one large parcel right now? Can we maintain the 1,500 acres, but in smaller parcels throughout the township? I think that, the industrialization or mass farming within our township is opportunities going to be very minimal. And some of that land that is now designated agricultural is maybe some of the best land for some of the development that's right on the Rideau Canal that has some of the highest potential for taxes and income for the township. So just wondering about that.
The problem at the time was, the problem that I had, just generally speaking, when it came to designated prime agricultural land, was that the provincial government allowed us, well, we actually lost so much, not in Montague, but we lost so much land in Ontario that was prime agricultural land. The Holland Marsh was an example. All you have to do is drive out from Ottawa, and and the problem was that all of that prime agricultural land got bought up by developers 30 and 40 and 50 years ago, and they're now building subdivisions on it. So we've all in Ontario, we've already lost most, I'm going to say possibly most of our prime agricultural land. But on the flip side, that hurts the small rural municipalities, because then we don't have the development taxes coming in because it's prime agricultural land. But I mean, it's pretty controversial. The other issue that we talked about at the time, there were farms that were designated prime agricultural land that might have had 1 acre or 2 acres or 3 acres that was basically rock. And we questioned at the time, well, why could that person not have had a 2 or 3 acre acres that could actually be developed in something other than farming? So it was I don't think it's a bad idea for council to look at the whole scenario again and have another discussion on it. I don't think it has to be cut in stone, but it's not a bad thing to have another discussion.
If I may, Reeve?
Yes, yes.
Over the last 10 years, the provincial directive on agricultural lands has become more and more restrictive. The ability to take lands now that are designated agriculture and put them into some other use is verging on being impossible. It is not impossible, but it's extremely challenging, and it would require a significant time and investment focused on that issue, and perhaps a study of land classifications. And if council was interested in that, I think that would be a separate initiative above and beyond what we're talking about now. And before you embarked on that, I would like to give some more specific thought to your policies and also have communication with OMAFRA. It would not be something, Councillor Straight, that you would go into with high expectations.
Yeah, sure.
It's a hell of a challenge.
Yeah, it's just I'm all for designating some of the land here in the township as agricultural only. It's just it's kind of almost a shame that some of the most valuable land that can provide the most tax base for us, so that we are a sustainable municipality, has now been designated agricultural and it cannot be developed. It's we just talked about the jewel of the Rideau Canal, and nobody can. There's 1,500 acres that's on the Rideau Canal that can't be touched.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay, then, so back to my question then, Forbes, do you want to go through these one at a time to get sort of us to give you consensus to move forward then?
If council has the time this evening, I'm happy to do that. If you would rather take that time and think about it a little bit more after we've had this conversation, I would be happy to come back to the next committee of the whole and have that direction at that time, sir. I don't need it tonight, but I would certainly like it early in January to keep the project moving forward.
Oh, that may be, I'm going to ask council for consensus here, but that may be a better idea. But I see that we have Jeff and Klaus and Ian.
That was basically, I was going to suggest that, because I mean, this is a great report, and it's great for food for thought. I think we gave Forbes also a little bit of feedback too as well on certain things that we'd like to see. And I think it's time now to move on and let's come back to this report and almost maybe on a special meeting too as well, so we can just focus just directly on it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exactly what I was going to say.
So yes, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. No, I would agree with Forbes' suggestion, because I've got some more comments I wanted to discuss with Forbes in regards to settlement area subdivisions and how we attract builders to those new ideas that he had just, because he come up with some fantastic ideas of for subdivisions and so on. So I think we need to have another discussion on this, another meeting.
Okay, Ian.
No, I was going to go right down the same lines as Councillor Carroll. I think that we can pass this along, and I agree this should be a special meeting all on its own, so we have the time to really get into the weeds if need be.
Yeah, well, and I 100% agree. And Councillor Straight, just to back to the comment about the prime agricultural land, at the time it was being proposed by the provincial government that we set aside 5,000 acres in Montague Township that was going to be designated prime agricultural land, 5,000 acres. And we had to work quite hard to get it back to 1,500. Just wanted to make that comment.
No, you know what, Reeve, I don't doubt that everybody didn't work hard to get to be able to reduce the amount. I'm just questioning now the actual, is that where we really want it to be at the end of the day, or should it be divided up a little bit?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks then. So Forbes, thanks very much for all of this work. I think it's been great, and so it deserves another question or another meeting. So I think that our staff will set up another meeting after the new year, and we'll go through it again. And that you've had lots of input from us, and you'll have a chance to maybe add to the next report to us. So if there's anything else, Forbes, then when we part for now.
Yes, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure working with you and your staff. This is an exciting project for the municipality, and thank you for the work. And all the best to all you and your families for the holiday season.
Well, thank you, Forbes. And I think
Forbes.
I think you've actually helped us to turn this into a very exciting and positive conversation, because it could also be fairly dry. So I think you've done a very good job so far for us.
Jasmine was quite clear about sprucing up and making planning sexy. So I was doing my best.
Okay, thanks. So we do have a motion here moved by Claus Vandermeer and second by Ian Strait that the council receive the official plan issues and options report, and that the following be approved: that council receive the presentation information, and that council provide direction to consultant with respect to further issues that should be explored further and removed from scope of work. All in favor? Before we vote, Jasmine.
Sorry, I had a scratch. I was scratching.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. Okay, so all in favor? I'm seeing 2 hands, 3 opposed. It's carried. Thank you.
Have a good
Thanks.
night.
Thank you, Forbes. Yeah.
And have a wonderful holiday season. Good night.
You too.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Forbes.
So moving on then, our next 4B, that's going to be yours, Carl, please. And that's on the 405 Sturgis Road site plan. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief with this. On December 1st, Council had considered and supported in principle a site plan application for a highway commercial development out at 405 Sturgis Road. So at this point, we have a bylaw on the agenda that we're recommending Council adopts the bylaw to support the site plan application. There was a question from Councillor Jennings regarding some of the drainage work and the drainage work on site, and how and whether that would affect the grading and drainage plan that was provided. That wasn't an answer that staff had at the time. So we reached out to the consultant engineer, and his response is provided in that report. But broadly speaking, what the feedback is that ultimately the grading work has begun, but is not completed yet. There is obviously some ponding of water, and in time when all is said and done, if they build according to the plans, then those impacts should be alleviated. So I'll leave it there in case council has any other questions. But at this point, we have the information required to recommend final approval of the site plan bylaw. The draft agreement has been reviewed and supported by the proponent. Securities have been calculated and incorporated into the agreement. So the final legal description of the merged parcel has been plugged in. So from our perspective, we should be good to go. And I understand that the CBO is working on some final details from other external agencies. So thank you for that, and I'll pause if there's any questions from councillors.
Hey, thanks, Carl. Before I do read the motion, any questions? Karen?
So just a couple of things. I mean, in reference to the drainage, I read what is written there, which I don't know if it's totally accurate, but anyway, it'll get dealt with. And you're saying that there's security so that we will have the ability to do enforcing if anything is not followed through the way it's supposed to be in this site agreement, correct?
Yes, Carl?
Yes, Through the chair, that is correct. The proponents will be advancing securities to cover grading, drainage, landscaping works that are important for the function of the site, and this is and these securities would not be released until the work is completed and reviewed to the satisfaction of township staff.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing, yes, Ian?
I guess Carl, or maybe Jasmine or Joanna, if somebody wants to answer this. My question is in regards to some of the works that have already taken place on the site. Who is signing off on the legal responsibility for what's already occurred?
Who would like to answer that?
Carl put his hand up.
Okay, Carl.
Under the bus.
Yes, no, actually, just to clarify, Councillor, are you referring to the drainage work or
no? Yeah, I'm referring to the foundation work that's already occurred on the site. So I guess there's there's a process that needs to be followed, and then there's inspections that need to be done by our township staff. And if they weren't done, or the process wasn't followed, then who's signing off on the legal ability or liability surrounding that?
So
Either Jasmine or Carol.
So a permit has not. So actually, I think it would be best if I directed that to that question to Jasmine, who would have been more involved in the specifics of that particular action.
It'd be difficult for me right now to speak to specific liability. Permits can't be issued until the site plan is approved. So the work that have been done has been done without permits. My understanding is they can be inspected as is, but I would not want to, necessarily say anything further at this point without, I guess the quick answer could be we could look into it and get back to you.
Right.
Okay. Any further questions then on this? Then seeing no further questions, I do have a motion moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll that the council receive the Talos Homes drainage update report and that the following be approved, that this report is presented to council for council's information only. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, Carl, thank you for that one. And you're also on for the next, yes, Claus?
So my question looking forward now, when do we get around to approving the site plan for these people? Is there?
In 5 minutes.
In the bylaw section of the meeting.
Good, thank you. We need to move this forward. Thanks.
So that's what we're doing.
Okay.
That's why we have the bylaw coming.
Okay.
So the next one is also yours, Carl, and that's on the Baker rezoning. Yes, Claus?
Yeah, at the beginning of the meeting, I tried to get your attention, but I guess I wasn't. Are you having trouble seeing my hand going up?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you. I did fill in a form, Jasmine, for declaring a conflict of interest. I believe I emailed it back to the office. Joanna, you got it?
Yes, I have received it.
Okay, so I'll mute myself and go off the screen for this discussion.
So you need to declare your conflict of interest on the item and the nature of your interest.
Okay, the item is 4C. Conflict of interest is the Baker family is related to me.
Okay, thank you, Claus. Okay, so Claus is muted, and Carl, back to you on the Baker rezoning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep this report brief as well. On 2 weeks ago, Council held a public meeting to consider a zoning amendment application for a property at 165 Rosedale Road South, and that was simply to accommodate the completion of a severance file. So as Council will recall, this is a fairly unique zoning application that actually serves to ensure and lock in the existing land uses that are on the property rather than creating new land uses. And these are required to, as per municipal and provincial policy, to accommodate the severance of a surplus farm dwelling within prime agricultural designated lands. So based on the public meeting, there's been no objections or feedback that we've heard from anyone in the public. The original staff recommendation to the county on the severance application was to approve it based on its compliance with provincial municipal policy, and we maintain that recommendation through the zoning. So our recommendation is that council adopts the implementing bylaw and rezones the property to the appointed agricultural special exception zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I do have a motion that was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll that council receive the following report, the Baker zoning amendment, and that the following be approved. That council approves the Baker zoning amendment application and rezones the identified portion of the subject property to agriculture special exception 3, whereby the following special provision will apply. Notwithstanding any provisions of this bylaw to the contrary, on the land zoned A-1, the minimum lot size shall be that which existed at the time of the final approval of consent application B20-046, and further that no residential dwelling unit shall be permitted. Any questions? All in favor? And that is carried. Yeah, that's carried. Thank you. And thank you for that one, Carl. And then moving on, I believe now, Carl, that's all for you for this meeting here. But we're going to move on then to the next report, and that's yours, Jasmine, on the COVID-19 verbal update.
You're muted.
You're muted, Jasmine.
I am muted. Sorry about that.
So that's okay.
Thank you, Reeve Dobson. So I just wanted to give council a brief update. As you may know, the LGL health unit has moved into the yellow zone due to a spike in cases locally. We did have a very brief meeting of the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, this afternoon, just to talk about some of the impacts of the spiking cases in our area. Specifically, we also talked about contingency planning for the fire department and the public works operations, specifically contingency planning for plowing operations if our members do get exposed to the virus. Our public works manager, Stephen Rothwell, has written up a pretty detailed contingency plan based on both trying to mitigate the exposure across all 4 members of our crew, but also what to do if members of our crew do get sick. So he has that written up, and I think he is available to answer some questions on that. He is on this meeting.
Yes.
Also, the EOC also briefly discussed, there's a couple other municipalities in our region who are looking at expanding some of their closures over Christmas. So essentially extending the Christmas closures by an additional week after the Christmas season, mostly to address if there's a potential local increase in cases. We briefly discussed keeping the office closed to the public after the Christmas break for an additional week, but noted that we wanted to discuss that with council this evening before a final decision was made on that. And the idea is that if there is any exposures over Christmas, or if there's a spike over Christmas, we can kind of minimize that and try and really emphasize the need to continue to quarantine and stay in your own bubble. So it's just a very brief update for council, and we're certainly interested in feedback on the additional closure. Staff would still be working. It would just be closed to the public.
So it would be similar to where we were before, when we had the office staff was there working, the doors were closed, but still business could take place.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Karen.
So curious, currently, how many people do you have coming through the building one at a time?
Depends on the day. We have some upwards of like 15 to 20 people, and some days where we only get like 1 or 2.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Karen.
So you currently have COVID protocol in place with reference to 1 person in at a time. Masks are all being worn. Your areas are barricaded off, that they're only at that front reception desk. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Karen.
So can we hear from Steve about what he's proposing for Public Works?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Steve, and then I'll go to you, Claus. I saw your hand up, but Steve, I'll go to you first.
Perfect. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, so I did up a little scenario based it. So based on less than 3 centimeters of snow, scenario A, B, C, and D. These scenarios are that we are down 1 employee, we're down 2 employees, 3 and 4, etc. So down 1 employee, as per our regular maintenance right now, up to 3 centimeters of snow, we just plow the asphalt roadways on a standard procedure. And we will do that up to 3 centimeters of snow down to 2 operators. We can still complete that. When we get into the 3 to 25 centimeters of snow, this is where it gets a little more difficult. Down 1 operator, we will complete the asphalt roadways first, and then complete our secondary routes, which are gravel and all of that at that point. In this map, I will send it out to, I can send it out to anybody that would like it. It's details the primary where asphalt routes are and where our gravel routes are. And it details kind of emergency routes. Once we get down into a large scale storm, we're into down 3 operators, where we will focus on completing roadways first. So I can send that out. And then lastly, if we get down to 1 operator, it's going to be important to declare a state of emergency. This will extend our hours of operation for our drivers. And also it allows us to decrease our maintenance standards. So this allows us to advise the public that our roads are going to be down in service, and that certain roads are going to be closed other than the ones laid out in my report. So I have a table along with a map that we'll send out, and we will open up these roads at as quick as we can. And these routes are designed more or less on emergency services. So it's opening up the core roads throughout the township, and the smaller roads throughout won't be opened up until we are able to get the adequate staffing. As for our manpower inside, as per our current procedure, masks are going to be worn. We're trying to limit it to 2 guys in areas at a time and keep 2 guys working together. This will kind of help with the exposure risk. If one is exposed, we can kind of isolate and hopefully only lose 2 guys, worst case scenario. In talking to other municipalities, we explored that if we were down all of our drivers, that maybe we could share resources. It's not really a feasible plan due to the hours of operating. It's going to prohibit their drivers from completing their routes, and it becomes a liability of them coming into our municipality and coverage issues. So that was something I explored, but it's something that wouldn't be able to happen. And then contracting services, anybody with a plow harness, as I'm sure most are aware, it's going to be contracted out already to somebody else. Not many people would have a plow sitting around, so that's not an option as well to explore. So yeah, if you'd like, I can send this out. And
Okay, thanks, Steve. So I have Claus and then Jeff and then Ian. So Claus first, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to go back to Jasmine's comments at the EOC meeting we had. We're closing down. Just want to clarify, Jasmine, were we talking from the December 23rd to January 11th, or just the 1 week after Christmas?
The week after Christmas.
Okay, so it would be the noon of the 24th or whatever, and then to the 11th.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify those dates.
Jeff?
I guess two things. I mean, I sympathize with the staff, I guess, as far as letting people in. It's a tricky one, but I think if we're following the protocols, I think we're in pretty good shape, I think. The other part too, Steve, is I'm wondering, we talk about contracting guys with plows, but there's lots of guys out there with licenses that we might be able to look at for contracting. Is that not a route to go with? Because I mean, if it's obviously snowing like crazy, they're not going to go be hauling gravel somewhere. So maybe we can get a list of a few guys that we might be able to call that can come and just run a plow for us. I mean, I know it opens up liability and it's not the same, but it's better than not plowing a road at all.
Yes,
that's something
Steve,
you would like
respond.
me to explore. I absolutely could. In talking with Lanark County right now, they're looking for part-time operators as well. They're currently down 6 operators right now. They're throwing anybody into a plow right now. It's everybody's having a very tough time actually finding operators. So I could absolutely look out for this, but the problem becomes a lot of the time there is a couple honest people, but the problem becomes you're almost looking at a part-time employee that would be required to be paid to be on standby, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, Ian, please.
Even that, I really like the way that you thought about, going forward, especially with COVID, and great job on that. I guess my question is, and I don't know, maybe and Jasmine, maybe they'll help me out, or Joanna. What about some of the guys that are on the volunteer fire department that have a DZ license that could maybe spend some time getting trained in the event that you're stuck? Maybe there'd be some guys that volunteer some time, or they're already kind of, I'm sure, covered, by the township a little bit. I don't know about that, but that may be an option, maybe.
I think in terms of using operators, and that would, I think, encompass both Ian and Jeff's suggestion, which I think are definitely good suggestions. I think our first step would be to contact the insurance company and go from there.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think we have consensus there already. I see a few nodding, Jasmine, to do that. So Stephen, maybe you could look into that. Stephen, or I guess Stephen, if you don't mind looking into that, and maybe you could report back at our next meeting. So Ian, were you finished? And then I'm going to Karen.
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead, Reeves.
Okay, thanks. Karen, please.
So back to the office and closing, what would be the surge of people to be coming in for the first week of January? I know normally you wouldn't have a lot of people coming in to pay taxes right after Christmas by any means. So what would cause the abundance of staff to come in for that week?
So
The water bills go out the first week, don't they?
So typically the surge of people that we have in the beginning of the year is related to garbage tags, garbage stickers, and dog tags. We have it's always the first week is very busy, and it's garbage tags and dog tags.
Follow up?
Okay. Yes, follow up.
So council could in turn say that they will extend to say that the dog tags and garbage stickers could be bypassed for that time, like just to keep people out for that week?
Yeah,
if that's going to be the issue.
The dog tags aren't due until the end of March anyway.
Sorry, Jasmine, the people could still pick up garbage tags or dog tags at the door. That would not be any problem, I don't think. Would it be, Jasmine?
We could facilitate if people call ahead, leaving them outside. If we're going to be closed, then
Yes, follow up, Karen, please.
So I wasn't looking at closing. I was looking at seeing what causes the people to have such a rush that first week of January. So if it's just with reference to garbage stickers and dog tags, a way that council can mitigate that so that it just waits a week. Because I mean, we've been on hiatus for these garbage stickers for 6 months that I don't know if there's an urgency for that first week, but if that would be the cause, council does have the ability to say that they could waive garbage stickers from January 1st to January 15th or whatever. Something similar just to alleviate that week.
So instead of closing, just reducing the burden of people coming into the office.
That's correct. Because if that's the reason, because I mean, as I said, I don't think there's a lot of people paying taxes that first week, but I may be wrong.
No, yeah, tax payments typically aren't a lot of people. It's usually the garbage stickers.
Yeah.
And the water bills go out the first week, I believe, eh?
The first week, but they wouldn't be paying that week.
No.
They'd be paying that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Jeff, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, well, A, for the garbage tags. Yeah.
Hello, Jeff. You had your hand up?
Hey, I'm talking. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Jeff, I think you're muted, Jeff.
No, I can hear him.
Oh, we can hear him. I think it's your computer.
No, Jeff, you're not.
This time it's not my fault. So
no, we're not hearing you, Jeff.
No, we can hear him.
Bill, can you hear anybody?
We're not hearing you.
Can you hear anybody, Bill?
No.
Wait, how did he get to the question then?
Uh-oh.
Someone else asked Bill something.
Bill, can you hear?
I'm not hearing very clear, Jeff.
Can you hear anybody else? Can somebody else say something?
Bill, can you hear me?
No.
Do you hear me, Bill?
No. Very poor. I can't hear anything now.
Did you move your iPad? Uh-oh.
Yeah,
I'm not hearing anybody. And no, I didn't do anything.
Should he just log off and log on?
Yeah. Bill, why don't you log out, like leave the meeting and then come back into the meeting?
Okay, I can try that.
Well, if he heard that, Bill, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's getting a little clearer. Yes, try it again, Jeff, please.
Okay, I'll try again.
It's perfectly clear now. It's 100% clear.
Okay, so in regards to garbage tags, I think, well, we put them back into place. I think this is another one of those opportunities where it's like, maybe it's time to get rid of our garbage tags. But the other side of it too, as well, is with the garbage tags, like even if we try to put them out in the thing, we have to sanitize every single time somebody picked them up too, as well. So I mean, it adds. I don't know how much that really changed anything. But I go back to it like, hey, listen, if we want to get rid of the garbage tags altogether, that's, we can discuss that too as well.
Have let Stephen know that that's a priority for council.
Yeah, I think we pretty well have to stick to the conversation on the agenda, though, with the COVID-19 report. I think the only thing coming out of this, Jasmine, is maybe you will want us to give you consensus whether we recommend status quo as it is right now, or extend the closure of the office, at least the office door. I'm going, Claus, I'll take you, and then maybe I'll try to get consensus whether we to give consensus to staff regarding this. So Claus, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Jasmine, is it necessary for us to do it by consensus, or can someone make a motion to the staff's recommendation of closing?
Either one is fine.
Okay, I'll make a motion that the staff be allowed to carry forward their suggestion of closing the office till the January, whatever.
11th.
11th, sorry. 11th of January. So I'll
Do
throw
I
that
have
motion.
a seconder for this? Do I have a seconder for this motion? We have no seconder for this motion.
You gotta be kidding. Okay.
We have no seconder. I see no seconder. Okay, so that motion doesn't fly, I guess, Claus. So do we get then, well, do we have consensus?
Consensus of what?
Okay, so do we have consensus to keep the office closed until January the 11th? The office staff would be in the office working. People would not be allowed to come inside. The business could be still done outside like it was before. So I'm simply asking if we have consensus for that extra week. Claus, are you saying yes?
Well, I'm saying yes. Let me make a comment, which I made at the OC meeting. You're going to see a lot of other institutions that are closing down also for 2 or 3 weeks during the Christmas season.
Okay.
I give the example that I gave this morning was that the churches are not having any church service during that period of time. A lot of them are closing. Churches have to receive donations at the end of the year and give out tax receipts and so forth. And those things are not gonna happen.
Yeah, well, we do have to remember, and if you just look at the Leeds Granville Lanark County Health Unit, we are in a worse situation right now than we've been since March. So is it going to get any better over the next week or two or right around Christmas? Probably not, but we're in a worse situation. We're in the worst situation we've been since COVID started. That's where it is right now. But I'm going to try to get consensus for this week or not, extended week. And I'll start with you, Claus. Then you're saying yes?
Yes.
So I'm going to go around on the screen as I normally do, and I'm going to go to you first, Jeff.
No.
Okay. Ian?
No.
And Karen?
No.
So we have no consensus for that. And so that means then that I believe then that means that we would be continuing as it is, status quo as it is right now. That would be my understanding of this, Jasmine, but I'm going to go to you, Ian, please.
Look, I really think that we just follow the Lanark, Leeds, Grenville, health, safety, the protocols that are out there right now. I think we're in a yellow zone. We follow what it is. If over the holidays something changes and we go to red, then it is what it is at the end, or gray or whatever it might be. And if that's what happens over the holidays from the hospital, and that's what, or from the health unit, then that's what we follow.
Okay, Jeff.
Exactly the point. I think if the health unit raises it up to the next level, in yellow, I think we're still in that moderate zone and we're still doing it. Retail's still open. They're not closing the restaurants. The schools are still open. So it doesn't mean that we should be closing our doors. But on that note, I'm game for waiving the garbage tags at least until February, though. And if we can do that, that might reduce the amount of people. And hopefully come February, we can continue that on. So maybe can we have consensus to do that?
I'm good.
So you're, Jeff, you're asking if we have consensus to waive the garbage tags until what date?
Till February 1st.
Okay, so I'm going to just simply ask for consensus. You're saying yes. I'm going to go around. Ian?
Yep.
Karen?
Yes.
And Claus?
Sure.
And we've got consensus for that then, Jasmine. So I guess then back to you, Jasmine, and Joanna, to then get that communication out to our public that for the month of January, we're waiving the need for anyone to put tags on their garbage. Is that okay?
With the maximum.
With
Same as before, 3 bags.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so Jasmine, if, yes, Jeff?
Just gonna say, like, in that wording of like, to mitigate the amount of traffic in the building, we are doing it because of this, because we want to make sure we're putting it out there. We want to mitigate the amount of traffic as much in the building as possible. But if you need to come, you need to come. But just, that's why we're doing it. And then we're doing the garbage tag.
Okay, so I think that specific issue is settled. And Jasmine, I'm going back to you because this is your report as the COVID-19 update. Do you have anything more to say?
No.
Okay, thank you then. So then moving forward, we don't have a motion for that. That was just a verbal report. So we're going to move on. I do have a motion moved by Claude Vandermeer, seconded by Ian Straight, that the council approve the minutes of the meeting of Committee of the Whole meeting of December the 1st, 2020, and approve the recommendations contained within. All in favor? Opposed? And so Karen, I didn't see your hand.
Mine was up in favor.
I'm sorry. So this is carried then. So that's carried. Thank you. And I'll then ask if there's any business arising from these minutes. Moving on then, we're moving into the petitions. We have none. The bylaw section, we have some, and I will read them. The first bylaw was moved by Karen Jennings, seconded by Jeff Carroll. The bylaw 3804-2020 being a bylaw to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw number 2015 of the Township of Montague be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed, and sealed this 15th day of December 2020. All in favor? I see no one in favor of this bylaw.
No.
1, 2. Okay, so all in favor? Opposed? Okay, so I'm not sure if you're all hearing me, but myself, Karen, and Ian are in favor, and I have not seen Jeff or Claus.
So Reeve Dobson, I'm just going to make a suggestion that I think that you have time.
Karen, did you want to say something?
No, it's Jasmine.
Yes.
Jasmine.
Reeve Dobson.
Yes.
I believe you have a time delay with your feed.
Yeah.
There's a delay between when you speak and the responses. So what I would suggest is that when you call it all in favor, is you wait. You give yourself a solid 15 seconds to count those votes. I think that's what's happening.
Okay. Oh, okay, I will do that. So I'm going to ask again, all in favor?
I think you're good. Is he frozen?
Bill, are you frozen? Oh, he is frozen. Oh, God.
I'm holding my hand up there.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, where'd he go to now?
Down in the bottom.
Where is he?
There he is.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, there he's back. Can you hear us, Bill? No. Oh, my. Oh, now we're all over the place.
We lost him. What do we do when our chair leaves?
Okay, I got the agenda here in front of me, Jasmine.
We'll give him a minute, and then we'll go from there.
Bill, can you hear us?
I know he's gone. Hey, he's MIA.
Yeah.
I was gonna tell him to get Kyle in there, get it fixed.
We'll dial back in.
So I believe in the contingency of the Reeve not being available, a Deputy Reeve steps in as chair for the council meetings.
Okay, so where are we at? Committee of the
Hang on.
whole minutes
Oh,
Bill's coming back.
back.
Goes back now.
back. Yeah, there he is at the bottom.
Audio.
There he is. Can you hear us, Bill? Hello, Bill.
Yes. Can you hear me now? I left the meeting and I came back in. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll continue on then. I'm not sure what's wrong, but anyways, I'm going to, I think I should read this bylaw again one time just to make sure it's clear. Okay, you're hearing me okay, Jasmine?
Yes.
Okay, so moved by Karen Jennings, second by Jeff Carroll, that bylaw 3804-2020 being a bylaw to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw number 3478-2015 of the Township of Montague. You read it first, second, and third time and passed, signed, and sealed this 15th day of December 2020. All in favor? Can you still hear me, Jasmine?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So,
And now Jasmine.
Yes, I can hear you.
Nobody's-
Sorry, I muted myself.
so all in favor of this bylaw?
Maybe we could go
Nobody
with
is
verbal
putting
vote.
their hand up here.
Oh, come on.
Yes,
We have,
yes. All in favor? Jeff, Ian, I think it's carried then. Thank you. This one is carried. Thank you. The next bylaw.
Reeve,
Okay, Jasmine, you can hear me still?
Reeve.
Everybody? Yes,
Reeve.
Ian or Jeff?
Yeah.
It's Ian. I have a question in regards to this, and maybe it's for Jasmine. You know, as much as before we pass this or vote on it, I really do want to vote for it. Is there something that we can do to have Talos sign off on the works that have done that were completed prior to the vote tonight, so that we can all unanimously vote for this, so that we have no liability? So they sign off on liability prior to any of the works of the vote tonight.
I think. Sorry, go ahead, Joe. Go ahead,
Jeff.
Go ahead. So this question by Councillor Straight is to either Jasmine or Joanna, one or the other.
Okay, I'm going to go. I'm going to take a stab at it. My understanding is that they've taken on their own liability by going ahead and doing the work without permit and without signing the agreement. So my understanding is I wouldn't want to, be held to that entirely. And it's something that I was going to look up tomorrow, but I believe that anything that happens is on them. Secondly, as part of the site plan control agreement, it outlines exactly how the development should take place. There's certain rules and regulations and outlines for site-specific things in terms of grading and drainage or how things should be constructed. And we are collecting a significant amount of money so that if it is not done appropriately, we can come in and fix that. So I don't know if that answers the question, but I believe it is at their own risk that they went ahead to do that on the property. But I can look into, or Jasmine and I can look into it further tomorrow, but yeah.
I guess, and that's fine. So, and that's documented somewhere then? There's a full documentation of what has already occurred. So if something fails and the municipality is not going to be held liable if a building collapses because it wasn't inspected?
Yeah, we're aware of what's been done. And we've had numerous discussions with the developer.
All right.
Okay, Jeff, did you have your hand up or were you voting on this?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I just want to comment a bit on this. It's
Jeff?
yeah. Can you hear me, Bill? Can you hear me? Can everybody else hear me?
Yes, I can.
We can hear you. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, so I just want to comment. I want to comment quickly on this. Like Talus Home, I've had a lot of conversations with Dave too as well. From Talus Homes. I mean, these are a very reputable business. He's very big into the residential side of things, and I mean, he's stabbing into the commercial side of things too as well. He's very good to work with. He's somebody we want. They are somebody that we want in our township. They are very, very good. I know there might be some thoughts out there of maybe what's going on, but I think this also was a learning curve for some of us on the staff side to recognize where we can sort of make our processes better. And that's one of those things that I think Joanna's gonna, I really like to propose for Joanna to be working on too as well, is to make sure when we have somebody that comes in and they're looking to do something, we know exactly what we're giving them and we're giving them everything right, like properly. And I think that's where we need to start working a little bit on our processes in place to make sure that we're working with those developers and we're making it easy and streamlining it. That's where a lot of this has fallen apart. And it's not a slight on our staff by any mean whatsoever. It is more of our processes. And it's a big part of it. And I think we need to make sure that we're positive, we're working with these people. And I know that they've gone ahead to try to get things done, but they're trying to get things done. And I'm not making an excuse for it, but once again, this is somebody we want to have working in our township. We need to work with them. And the reason why we have problems maybe in the past is that we are sometimes seen as a municipality that's not easy to work with. And that's one of those things we need to fix. And this is an example of it right here. And even a lot of the questions about pointing fingers of what they're doing. So let's work with these guys and let's get this done.
Can you hear me, Bill?
Claus?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carroll, for that explanation. I totally agree with you. If we listen to what Forbes said earlier in the discussion, he said we need to make some consensus for developers and builders to be able to move forward. And this is an opportunity for us to do that right now. And as Joanna said, there's been substantial deposits made that I think will protect us if anything does go wrong. And I agree with Councillor Carroll. These guys are good builders. They're not going to make mistakes. They can't afford to make mistakes. They want this to go forward.
Okay. Karen and then Karen and then Ian.
I too want to see development in the municipality. However, if we expect our residents to get permits in fashion before they do building, developers also are aware of that. And being a residential developer, he would know that permits are required before they do stuff. So I recognize that we're moving forward, but at the same time, that's the whole key here, is that everybody developing in this municipality is to get their permits prior to doing the development.
Ian?
Yeah, so I'd just like to kind of summarize what the Deputy Reeve and Councillor Carroll just said. Essentially, if you're a nice guy and you have lots of money, you can go ahead and build whatever it is you want to build within the township. You don't have to follow the rules. That's quite a precedent.
If you listen to what Forbes said, then you'll understand.
So, Jeff?
I don't want to get into a back and forth, but I think the big part of it is not about being a nice guy and about moving forth. I think it's also recognizing where our mistakes are and where our faults lie. And once again, I'm not trying to go to the point at the staff side of things, but there's a side of it where we have processes in place that was clear that we weren't able to do our due diligence and do ours properly. It doesn't give that right to the developer, but on the same token, we have to make sure that we are doing things and we're quick with the developers. We're giving them the information that they need when they ask for it on a timely basis, and we don't have extra follow-ups. And I think that's a big part of it too as well. So I think a lot of this, we can sit there and point our fingers at a developer and say those things, but we also have to remember that there's a little bit in there that is because our processes need to be fixed. And I think that's a big part of this. So I hear what Councillor Straight and Councillor Jennings are saying, but what I'm getting at is the fixing of our processes so that developers don't get frustrated and we're not dealing with these. If we had our processes fixed, this wouldn't be a discussion.
I agree.
And Councillor Carroll, I will be
Okay.
working on that.
Anything else?
Yeah,
Joanna,
Joanna,
I think might have a good point behind this too as well, please.
I was just going to say.
Sorry, I'm not. Hold it. Hold it, please. Just hold it, please. I hear somebody talking, but I didn't see a hand, so I really don't know who is talking.
Joanna.
Joanna's trying to say something.
Oh, he's frozen again.
Can you hear me, Bill?
No, he's frozen.
No, frozen.
Now he's gone.
Oh, he's back.
There he is. Can you hear me, Bill?
Can anyone hear me?
Yes,
Now.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me,
Okay.
Bill?
Yes, I can hear you now, Joanna. We're having all kinds of problems here, though. So yes, Joanna.
I was just going to say I am looking at discussing with the various development staff ways we can move forward and sort of better the process. And you know, Councillor Jennings and Councillor Straight are absolutely right. It's not about being a nice guy who has a lot of money. Everyone does need to follow the rules and follow the process. And what I will say for this developer, two things. I've worked with him in the past, and he has been very good to follow the rules. And again, not an excuse, but at some point with all developers, any developer, sometimes they just do things. It's the cost of doing business. And you know, when I spoke with him and said, listen, you know, you need to stop. We need to sort this stuff out. He did comply. And as far as I'm aware, he has not been working on that site since. So that speaks to some element of character there. That's not always the case. But point taken, everyone needs to follow the same rules. And I think the more clear staff can be with what those rules are, and the more we sort of discuss those with the developers, and you know, they should be aware, but rules vary by municipality. You know, hopefully things will improve.
So, Joanna, I have a question, and I 100% agree that we cannot be making rules for developers and that don't apply for our residents. So I totally agree with that. But I guess before we go voting on this bylaw, I'd like to ask the question, are there permits that they still have to get? And will they get them? What assurance do we have? And so on.
So the site plan, if it passes, will pass, and then they'll get that registered on title. At that point, the two permits left will be the building permit. The building permit will not be able to be issued because as part of the applicable law to approve a building permit, they're required to have approval from the Ministry of Transportation. So they are still awaiting that approval. They applied, I believe, over a month ago for that. So they're still waiting on that permit, but no building permit can be issued until they hear from the Ministry of Transportation.
Oh, this is just...
Okay, and the other thing is though, like we have and can put conditions on the site plan, on any site plan.
Yes.
And if they don't adhere to the site plan that we put in place, then it can't move forward anyways. Is that correct?
That is correct. If they don't sign the site plan or we don't sign the site plan, it's dead in the water.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So does council have any other questions and comments before we read this bylaw?
One thing, Reeve, I just want to make sure that there is something in
Okay,
place.
then I'm going to go ahead. It's been moved by Klaus Vanderveer and seconded by Ian Straight that bylaw 3805/2020 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a site plan. I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
Sorry, I heard somebody, but I'm not sure who it was.
Might have been
Maybe it
you.
was Counselor Straight.
Yeah, my question is for Jasmine or Joanna. I just want to make sure that the township is covered liability wise if something goes wrong. Now there's even more issues, but anyways.
There's not more issues.
Well, there's an issue when you put a foundation in and you don't have approval from the ministry. That's probably not great.
So generally it's an at your own risk, as in their own risk. Neither of one of us are insurance agents or lawyers. That's our working understanding of it. I don't believe that there's any increased risk, like a significant amount of increased risk for the township.
Okay, then are you finished, Ian?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So again, this was moved by Claude Vandermeer, second by Ian Straight, the bylaw 3805, 2020 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a site plan control agreement with Talos Homes Limited, the owners of the property described municipally as 405 Sturgis Road. Be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed, and sealed this 15th day of December 2020. All in favor? Opposed? So I see no hands for who is in favor, and I see no hands
Okay,
for
Bill.
opposed.
Bill, why don't you go around and ask everybody
Yeah.
individually?
Well, I've read a bylaw here that we have to move, that's been moved and seconded. We have to deal with the bylaw first then.
Reeve Dobson, I think you're having technical issues that the members are voting, but you cannot see it. So I think you need to go around.
You are right. I'm not seeing, so I don't, so.
So I think going around verbally to confirm a positive or negative vote. I mean, we could just call a recorded vote and do it that way.
I'm not hearing you now.
Okay, can you hear me?
You better take over, Claus.
Okay, I think we're going to take Jasmine's suggestion and go for a recorded vote. You hear me, Jasmine?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so the motion has been read by the Reeve previously. I think everybody understands. So I'll go on and ask the question. Councillor Carroll?
Yay.
Okay, so hang on. Let's just hang on just 1 second here. So if we're doing regular voting, then we can just do show of hands. We're doing recorded voting, and then it's then Joanna or I will call it out.
Okay, well, can I just go around and ask Jeff to put his hand up and go that way? Each individual person.
You all in favor or all not in favor?
Okay, all those in favor of this motion?
We need Bill back though. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
We can't see.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Listen, I just want to make sure that we can put something in place that makes sure that we're the township's not going to be in trouble, and because I really do want to support this. I have a problem with how we've gotten down the tracks here.
Okay, but I think Joanna indicated to us, Councillor Straight, that there is substantial funds available, set aside, security deposits and so on, that we're going to be covered.
I can say that I've seen this unfortunately more often than not in the development community. And I have not yet seen any significant liability come back on the town if they've done it without permits.
Because at the end of the day,
in my experience,
at the end of the day, if I'm correct, Joanne, they can't go ahead unless we approve the site plan. So
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't done anything differently, so it's fine with.
He's back again.
Yes. 1 sec here. I'm just, okay. Am I still on?
Yeah, you're on, Bill.
Okay, but I have to get to the gallery view yet.
He's frozen again.
So Bill, I guess the question is that are you okay with clause?
I don't mind. Sure, go ahead, go for it. If you can deal with this, if we can go ahead with it, because I'm not.
We're gonna have to do something. Oh, he's gone. Oh,
No, I've done nothing different. I'm in exactly the same room. Everything is the same. I've done nothing different. Is anybody else having problems?
No.
no. I can hear you, Bill.
Okay.
He's gone again.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think, Jasmine, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just leave the meeting, and if you can carry on there for now, then with Claus, I will come back on.
Yeah, can you hear us over the meeting, Bill?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Yes.
Okay, so why don't we let Claus chair the meeting and you can participate over audio. Can you hear us?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we've had the motion read first in regards to the site plan agreement for Talus Homes bylaw 3805-2020-405 Sturgis Road site plan. All those in favor?
Bill, can you audibly assert your vote on the bylaw?
Oh, brother.
Bill, did we lose you again?
Can you get him on the phone, Jasmine? So,
yeah.
Yes, Jasmine. I can't, no. I can't hear Claus.
Okay, Jasmine, can you ask him the question? Does he agree with the bylaw?
Well,
I don't know if we're allowed to do that.
we're getting pretty sticky here.
Yeah, I know, but we got to move on somehow. Because we'll end up in a tie vote and then we accomplish nothing.
Councillor Straight and Jennings, I implore you to
I will
approve this.
get some help.
It's what we need to do in our township. Like, I implore you that this is not the right decision to say no to this.
I would suggest that we just kind of pause proceedings for the moment, given that we're not voting on items.
Okay, you want to move on to the next item then? Maybe we can get Bill back on. Jasmine, can he?
But listen, as much as this is painful for me right now to even do this, I will vote in favor of it.
Okay.
To get it passed, because I don't think there's a way to move on without doing it. But I put my faith in Joanne and Jasmine to ensure that going forward, everything is being met, all the criteria is being met, and everything else.
Okay. Councilor Straight, I thank you for that. So we can move forward and consider this bylaw to be passed. And the site plan agreement will be approved.
But I see, I'm hearing Claus and Ian talking too.
Okay. So you heard the,
Fine, I'm going to go downstairs and tell them to get off. I don't even know if they're in the house.
All
So
right.
is there a number then that you want me to call or what? Okay, and do you want me to try? I'm going to go leave the meeting and then I'm going to call them and see if I can come back onto the meeting.
that's a good idea.
Okay, but do you want to give me the other number also in case I need it? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, my computer's frozen.
Please.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, I'm just going to leave the meeting and I'm going to go down and tell them that
Okay.
they may not even be here.
Okay, bye.
Okay, but I've done nothing different, so.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, so Bill signed off, Jasmine.
We're gonna see if we can get him to call in.
Okay, can we proceed with a couple other things ahead?
Yeah, let's move on. I think that's.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're okay
So-
with sitting as
Intern, yeah.
yeah. Joe, can you, I'm having issues with my email, yay. Can you please send Claus a copy of the resolutions so he has something to follow along with?
Oh, boy. Okay, so we're, the motions and notice of motions, I presume we have none.
We have none?
Correspondence? Is there any items of correspondence, action items to move forward? All the ones that are listed here. Was there anything that anybody had brought forward they want discussed?
Not that I am aware of.
No, nothing
Okay.
brought forward.
That's it. At the start of the meeting.
Sorry, okay, we're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going right down. Unfinished business or other business?
Yeah, Deputy Reed, Vandermeer.
Yes, sir.
I like to, I've been thinking about the budget a little bit and some of the stuff that Public Works had asked for in it. One of those things was the backhoe, and I think it's something that they could definitely use over the winter months to make loading the trucks a little bit better, a little faster, a little safer, more efficient, and maybe they can still utilize the brush head on the shovel. But I'd like to bring a motion forward that council approve the accelerated purchase of the backhoe for the Public Works Department prior to the 2021 budget approval, and that council directs staff develop specifications for the tender to be presented to council on January the 18th.
Okay, everyone has heard that motion that Councilor Straight has put forward. We have a second of that motion, then we'll have a discussion on it. Karen Jennings, thank you. Any questions, discussions? Yes, Councilor Carroll.
So Straight, you're just, Councilor Straight, sorry, you're just proposing us to put out the tenders basically now instead of after the budget's passed?
Yeah, well, by the time we get the budget passed and they put the tender out, they're going to miss the whole, be able to utilize the backhoe. They may be able to keep the brush head on the high hoe and go and get some extra brushing done while there's no snow and everything else, instead of having the high hoe stuck in the salt shed loading trucks on an as needed basis.
But follow up, even if we did this though, like, would that mean that, how long would that take before to get it? It'd be February or March before we'd even get it, even if we accelerated it, would it not be? Or am I wrong?
I don't know how fast you can get it. It could be like the grader. We approved a grader last term of council because that was the one they found a good deal and they brought it forward, and that's what we went with.
Are we looking to buy a used one or a new one? A used a backhoe or a new one?
I would highly suggest a new one, but that would be up to Stephen.
Because the grader was like.
I think it was discussed that we bought a new one, but I'd like to pull Stephen in the meeting. Stephen, your comments, please.
Yeah, I'd be proposing a new one. And we
Oh,
can.
here we go. This is not a good night. Why don't we just sing Christmas carols? Oh my, Stephen, you want to try that again? No, he's disappeared.
He left.
He'll come back.
Okay, I got a couple emails here I got to print off.
Too many on at once, maybe?
No, it's
No,
sometimes it's because his cell phone is too close to the laptop for whatever reason. I don't know why it does that.
There you go.
Jasmine's he- Oh, somebody
Oh,
help
Can
me.
you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, so I'd be proposing a new backhoe, and if we spec it correctly towards what we're looking at, and they have it in stock, we could absolutely get it very quickly.
Absolutely. What's right?
We could get it accelerated, and as long as they have it in stock, what we spec, it's absolutely doable to get it very quickly.
Jasmine, I'm back on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you vote on that bylaw?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, I think it'd be good if another member confirmed because I was on the phone with you while that vote
Yeah.
took.
Yes, we voted on the bylaw. It passed, and we're on to other business.
Okay, so that's I just check this off then, and I'll sign this that it's carried. Okay, so then we're back on to other business.
But Reeve Dobson, I believe Deputy Reeve Vandermeer did take over during a certain period of time. So
Okay.
under other business, Councillor Straight has proposed a motion, which has been seconded by Councillor Jennings, to accelerate the purchase of the backhoe. Perhaps you could read that again, Councillor Straight.
Yeah, so the motion is that council approve the accelerated purchase of the backhoe for the Public Works Department prior to the 2021 budget approval, and the council directs staff to develop specifications for the tender to be presented to council on January the 18th, 2021. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry, January 19th?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I got the wrong date on there. Sorry about that.
That was me, sorry.
I'm still here. I'm just pulling a bunch of stuff off my printer.
So do you want me to take over then now, Jasmine, or Claus? Are you doing it or what?
No, you go ahead, Bill.
Okay,
I've got a
so
whole
then
bunch of
all
motions
in favor of
case.
that motion? Then that motion is carried. And Jasmine, you'll have to get me that motion to sign later,
Yes.
please. Okay, so under other business, I had two things that I would like to mention to council. One, and it actually involves us having two delegations in the new year. The first one, I'd like to see that we invite the Small Business Advisory Center from Smith Falls to come and do a delegation to explain the different programs and different funding streams that are available to us as a municipality. I would like them to come and do delegation. So I'd just like to, I think all I need to do is try to get consensus from council to put that onto a future agenda. So I'll ask for a consensus there.
Sure.
And so Jeff, Ian.
Yep.
Claus,
Question?
Karen?
Yes.
Yes, question, yes.
No, question?
Yes, questions
If the
first.
January meeting's going to be, if the January meeting's going to be full, can we move it to the February?
Yeah, that's fine.
I would just make it generally an upcoming meeting,
Yeah.
not a specific meeting.
I don't mean, I just mean when we can to work it in. I'd like to have them come and do a delegation to us at a future meeting.
Okay.
So I'll ask consensus, Jeff,
Yep.
Ian,
Yep.
Claus,
Yes.
Karen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And the other is I would like, we did get a report on under our correspondence, I believe it was under N, that was regarding the Lanark County Climate Action Plan. I would like council to, I'm asking council to give approval or consensus to have the county rep come and do a delegation at a future meeting regarding the Lanark County action or climate action plan. It's just to explain what's going on at the county level. So again, I'm just going to ask consensus to have them come and do a delegation at a future meeting. So I'll go around the table. Claus?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
And Jeff?
Yep.
And Ian?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. That's great. Thank you very much. Then moving forward, if there is no other business, Jasmine, I'll ask if there are any questions from the public.
Joanna's going to be handling the questions from the public today.
Okay, so Joanna?
Yeah, we have a few questions from the public.
Yes.
The first one was, when the hospital gets money from Lanark County and then asks Montague Township also for money, that's asking Montague taxpayers twice for money for the hospital. Is that fair for Montague taxpayers?
Fair question.
Does anybody want to answer that? It's a fair question, but
I think that
yes, Jasmine?
it'd be difficult. I think it's a really more of a, it's a difficult question for somebody to necessarily answer, given that it's probably an opinion-based question. But if any member of council wants to take a stab at it, you're certainly welcome.
Sure.
Jeff?
You go, Jeff.
I mean, it is a very opinion question. I mean, this council is very divided, I think, on that. I think we're divided on if this is the right avenue or not. We obviously have our two representatives on the county council that agree with it, that would have voted for it at county council. But there's obviously some of us on this council that don't necessarily believe that that's the avenue that it should be done. And I agree. Should they be going to both the county and the municipalities? I mean, good for them for going to both, for asking. I think at that point, it's up to us as individual in the municipalities, and then the county and our representatives there to decide if they want to, if that's the right decision or not. So that's my sort of stab at it.
So Jasmine, is it not the right procedure though for us to now? We heard from the delegation and we were able to ask the questions, but procedurally, is it not the correct thing then to put this onto, again, a future meeting so that we can have a discussion about it?
It will be typically we present it as part of the donation and grant budgets.
So that's what I'm saying. So should we not be having that discussion then?
You can.
Well, it's not on the agenda to have a discussion about it tonight, and there's no one answer. There's no way that we can have a precise answer about that, I don't think. But I do feel that if it's got to do with the donations procedure, then that's when we should be discussing it. That's only my opinion about it. Claus?
Dr. Guppy indicated that he would provide us how they come up with the rationale for the request and that. So I think once we get that information, we can have a more meaningful discussion.
Exactly. I think I saw your hand, Ian.
Well, I think that, when you ask questions, somebody has to answer. So I think that's what Councillor Carroll was doing. I don't think that we're preempting any discussion on it, but he was just answering the question was asked by the public.
So what's the answer then?
When we get the information, we'll have a discussion.
No. Okay. I do see the Karen, your hand.
I have a question because it's being said that we'll discuss this as part of the donations, but this is coming in after the donation period closes.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is coming in after the donation period closes. The other option is council can discuss it as part of the next budget discussion.
Okay. So Joanna, back to you then, if there's another question.
Yeah, the next question was, I have a question. Is Mr. Simon, Forbes Simon, saying that as a property owner, I would have a hard time getting a severance on my land because the consultant does not like individual severances. I would like clarification.
I guess, yeah, and Forbes is not here with this one, but we do have Carl. Carl, would you like to respond to that?
Hi, yes, thank you. I think ultimately when we finalize our official plan policy, it is council's policy and on what and on how you want to frame lot creation, how you want to apply severances, and certainly Forbes provided a lot of excellent ideas and food for thought to sort of lead the discussion, and I look forward to having that in January. But I think at the end of the day, it would have ultimately be council's decision on how to generate our lot creation policies, and there's certainly a formal public consultation process through the official plan amendment where we're going to be able to put these policies out for consultation and feedback. And certainly if there's specific concerns from the public or from the community about any of the proposed lot creation policies or any policies, then Forbes and Forbes Council and the rest of us will have the opportunity to review that and respond. Does that cover the respond to the question posed?
Oh, actually, sorry, I missed. Oh no, never mind. I was looking at the next question. I think that probably is a good answer.
Okay, moving on to the next question.
So the next question is, when has the issue of permits come up to council about all the changes made to the grow up just before Numogate? I have not seen this area come to council as a zoning or site plan at any time. So what is the township doing about this land? Are they making these ongoing changes without township approval?
Jasmine?
I think we're aware of activity happening in the property and we're following the appropriate provincial and municipal law in this case. That's the most appropriate way to answer that in an open session.
Thanks, Jasmine. Next question.
Okay, the last one is more a statement. I would like to receive a copy of the map our manager of public works talked about regarding asphalt roads and gravel roads. So I can flip that over to Steve.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Joanna?
That's it, yeah.
Okay, thank you then for the questions to the public. And I have a motion here. It was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll that council recess at 9:23. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So we're going to recess and then we're going to be going to our committee of the whole meeting. And I think that when we do start our committee of the whole meeting, we'll have to pass a motion to go on beyond 10 o'clock. So we're going to take a couple of minutes for a break and we'll be back in a couple of minutes, please. Thanks.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, thanks, Carol.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Carl.
Don't look comfortable.
I am not. That's my default state. I turned the video on a little bit too early.
It's all good. Let's get this party started. See if we can make it to midnight tonight.
Oh, I was hoping not.
It's not going to snow tomorrow, so I can stay in bed.
It'll just be cold.
It's just because I know more reason to stay there. I'll just put some more wood on the fire.
Jasmine, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get this meeting started. We have a motion moved by Karen Jennings, seconded by Jeff Carroll, that the committee of the whole agenda dated December the 15th, 2020 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I will also remind all of council that if you have any disclosure of interest, you can declare it now or anytime during the meeting. And before we go any further, I have a motion moved by Claus Vandermeer and second by Ian Straight that council reconvene. Sorry, that's not the right one.
The council will deal with items past 10 o'clock.
Yes, and I'm not sure where that one is.
I have it here.
Okay.
Be quiet, Jasmine.
I think it's on the back of one of the other ones here. So who is that one moved and seconded by, Claus?
Moved by myself and seconded by Ian, Councillor Straight.
That we go beyond the 10 o'clock. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Then they're going to go on to the first report. We have no delegations. The first report is yours, Stephen, on the Rideau Lakes ATV Club road use.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good start. All right. So yeah, I was approached by Rick Gilfillan, who is in charge of the Rideau Lakes ATV Club, and he is looking for council to advise staff to develop a land use agreement so that Rideau Lakes ATV Club can utilize some ATV or some road allowances through Montague Township in order to access from Merrickville to the OBRT, which is the old CP railway bed. We previously had an agreement which I attached with Drummond to allow some access on our roads. And then I've attached where they're going to be using. They use it from May 15th through November 15th, and then is closed for the winter seasons. All maintenance is completed by the club themselves. And it by council approving this, it allows an open system from Castleman and the east end of Ottawa through Montague. And then from our area, it goes to Gananoque to the south and north towards Renfrew and beyond. So it's a missing link in there, which is going to open up quite an area for the ATV club. As you can see by our map I provided, it does utilize a county road. So I asked Mr. Gilfin if the county has approved his recommendation as well. He advised me that they're in the same process as we are, and he sees no problems with the council approving it. I also asked about liability, and the OF ATV provides liability insurance for all their riders, and it is patrolled by some of their own, and as well as the SAVE team, which is provided by the OPP. Other than that, it's basically just looking for council to allow us to go into land use agreement with themselves.
We'll open up to any questions. Karen? Yes, Karen?
I just have a question on the bylaw from 2017 that's with the Township of Drummond North Elmsey. It's not actually a signed bylaw. Do we currently have one? Do you have a signed copy?
Jasmine?
Yes, we do have a signed copy.
So why was the unsigned attached? Just curious.
It's the converted Word version, so it's more accessible friendly rather than a scanned version with the signatures.
I can
Any
provide
other
that
questions?
signed copy if required.
Any further questions?
No.
Okay, then Stephen, if that's everything you have to report here, I have a motion. It was moved by Klaus Vandermeer and seconded by Ian Strait that the committee of the whole receive the Rideau Lakes ATV Club Road Use Report, and that the following be recommended to council: that council directs staff to develop a bylaw to allow Rideau Lakes ATV Club to use municipal roadways and road allowances subject to agreement of the Rideau Trail Association. No further questions. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Steve, for that one. And then the next one is also yours on the street lighting report.
Yeah, so council directed staff to bring forward a report on street lighting. So I conducted a review of our existing locations and locations that would require upgrade. Short little background, according to CGIS, we have 106 streetlights throughout the municipality. And as you can see in the attachment, large majority of our streetlights are located in our densely populated areas down to the southwest of the municipality. The proposed areas I focused on was along the main corridor along Rosedale Road North for the 3 proposed areas for the time being. I think these are 3 areas that have very high traffic volumes, and there is along the one spot bad ditches, and to the north where McLaughlin and Rosedale intersect, it's a very dark intersection where it comes to a T, and it is just somewhere which could use some lighting for sure. Just a little breakdown I added is kind of the rural intersections, just more for council's information to see how many intersections rural. This is just nothing in our high density areas. It's all rural roads throughout the municipality, and just breaks down how many we have with lighting and how many without. So as you can see, we have 66% without any lighting. And the main area along these rural roads, which would be subject to future lighting, in my opinion, would be along Carroll Road. The problem with Carroll Road is there is a lot of areas which would require a new installation of a hydro pole and a transformer, which is an increased cost. So that'd be an area to look at down the road. And the next one would be a densely populated area in Bristow. The street adjacent to Bristow has obviously street lighting throughout it, and it's just an area I observed that could use it. So essentially, that's the report on street lighting. It costing wise, talking to the municipalities and hydro. If all that's required is a street light, we're looking ballpark of 5,000. If a new pole transformer is required, it's ballpark of 10,000 per installation. So roughly about 7,500 is an average cost on installation of street lighting. Again, that was a ballpark. Nobody would give us a concrete price on that.
Wow.
Any comments, questions from council? Okay, I will read the motion we have here. It was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll that the committee of the whole receive the following report. That being the street lighting report, and that the following be recommended to council, that council provides direction to staff to include streetlights at the proposed locations to be brought forward at the next 2021 budget discussion. All in favor? Opposed?
What?
Did you say something, Claus?
No, so we can call a vote again. I didn't see what was going on.
Okay, so all in favor of this? Opposed? This is defeated. This motion is defeated. Yes, Claus?
So those three proposed areas, which our public works manager indicated were high risk areas and so forth, we're not going to do anything about it.
This motion was defeated.
I repeat, we're doing nothing about the high risk areas.
There's no example of being high risk, and I've been vocal the whole time saying I'm not interested in adding more streetlights.
Okay.
Okay, then we're moving on to the next report, and that's the 3C on the microsurfacing report.
Thank you, Reeve. Proposing for council to advise staff to proceed with joining Lanark County's microsurfacing tender. I did a lot of research into the roads needs study, and for kind of background, it states the best value for dollars spent is completing an overlay, obviously, followed by partial reconstruct, followed by full reconstruct. By completing this microsurfacing.
Excuse me, Stephen. I'm just going to go to Ian for a sec. Ian, do you have a quick?
No, go ahead, Stephen. For after when you're done, for sure.
Yeah, I just saw your hand there, so I'll come to you first, Ian. Sorry, Stephen. Yeah,
so basically by completing a microsurface, it's a preventative maintenance which prolongs the life of the existing asphalt. It's in all the documentation and research they've done on microsurfacing, it extends the life of the surface 5 to 7 years, as long as the roads are in good operating condition. This is looking for surface deficiencies, which Public Works Manager, as well as lead hand, we toured all these locations suggested, and there's a few minor areas of improvement which would be completed by staff, and then they'd be topped with the surface treatment. The proposed locations, like I say, they all are in good shape. The one area on Adirondack left out would be King Street. It's in need of other repairs, and there's some severance and stuff going on those locations. And the most common deficiency found was traffic rutting. So this is obviously where the tire tracks are on the asphalt surface. Microsurfacing can actually solve this issue. It fills it with the first layer, and then the second layer comes in as a finishing course, and that's where the wear course is the final one. Again, it's all based on the schedule provided by Mac Perry on the roads need study. I've looked at what roads are proposed for the next few years, and it's spending pile of the money in Adirondack for the next 2 years. By completing my recommendation, it's increasing the level of service, as you can see on my forecasted condition rating. It's giving us a jump of about 3 points for 5 to 7 years. And we're actually completing, instead of completing 4 roads, we're going to be completing 11 roads and not just focusing on one area of our municipality. We're actually spreading out throughout the municipality, and we're going to be showing our residents more roadworks throughout the municipality instead of one centralized spot. And then just the dollars, as it's in the report, if we were to complete the First Street, Second Street, it's 261 this year. And then another 204 for next year, which is partial depth reconstruct. This is pulverizing. So it eats up the material, and then we apply granular material. This is going to cause a grade raise, which then means that we need to raise our irons. We need to tie into existing asphalts, which, as you're aware, in Adirondack and Woods, there's a lot of driveways, which is an added cost. And it's something that you're going to have to go back farther to tie in these driveways. So it's pretty difficult to actually achieve. And that said, with this micro surfacing, it raises it by a centimeter. It's a very minimal grade raise increase, and it's something that's adapted by all municipalities around. And as well, in the Rosny study, it says that you should try and accord or complete your projects with other municipalities around. And Lanark County is actually completing on Highway 43 to Rosedale Road South. They're completing a large surface treatment right there. So it's, in my opinion, that we're going to get the best bang for a buck by completing the micro surfacing. And that's my report.
Ian?
And sorry, one point.
Go ahead.
Yes. Again, I just want to stress that by completing this, it does not mean that council has to award the tender. It's stated in the contract that it is subject to council approval. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I think Ian, I'll go to you first.
Stephen, great job. This is why we did the roads needs study. And obviously you're a great fit for the position. I like how you're thinking, and that you're thinking ahead and utilizing all the tools that you have in the toolbox there to make the best decisions for the township. Another great job. Thank you very much.
Anything else? Karen?
So Steve, are you saying that we're adding 204,000 by doing the 22 works in 21?
No, so if I can go ahead, if we were to follow the Rosny study, which it suggests the partial depth reconstruct, which in my opinion is not needed at this time, we would be spending over 400,000 just in Adirondack area. Whereas with my suggested, we're completing 11 roads throughout the municipality at an approximate 186,000. So we're utilizing what we'd be using in 2021 and completing all of Adirondack and additional roads.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, anything else?
Jeff?
Jeff?
Yeah. So
Jeff,
Stephen. So Steve, so I guess that basically you're taking all of 2022's roads and combining them to 2021. So I'm assuming that means you're going to come back with something for what we're going to now do for 2022 as far as what we can do with that, or we can key on maybe our emergency roads or our priority roads in that sense, like where we can start to allocate sort of different money around, I guess.
Absolutely correct. We're already looking at getting that 2022 schedule together, and we want to try and get everything we can done ahead of time and not be last minute. So we're absolutely doing that.
Bang on.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I have a motion moved by Claude Vandermeer, second by Ian Straight, that the committee of the whole receive the microsurfacing report, and that the following be recommended to council: that council provides direction to staff to proceed with joining Lanark County microsurfacing 2021 tender. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, thanks, Stephen, for that one. And moving on to the next one, and that is going to be yours, Andrew, on the Montague Water and Wastewater Long Range Financial Plan. Thank you, Andrew.
Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you for being so patient with us and waiting this long.
No problem. Okay, so this report, it's in regards to the water and wastewater long range financial plan. And so recommendation is that this report's received for information and that the long range financial plan be presented to council at the January 19th, 2021 meeting for approval. And the reason for doing that is the plan provides the specific requirements for the renewal of the water license as of January 28th, 2021, as mandated by the Safe Drinking Water Act, Ontario Regulation 45307. And so BMA Management Consulting has completed this wastewater and water long-range financial plan, and it was attached for review by council. So we provided them information from our water and wastewater department. They collected that. They've updated our long-range plan. It's presented here in order to fulfill the requirements. So one of the key points of this is that this plan is a dynamic document. So it assists the township and can be reevaluated on an ongoing basis. So like when we're budgeting and things, we don't have to strictly follow it. We can manage that and adapt as required. The last time it was done was 5 years ago. It was done in 2016. So now we're looking at 2021, 5 years later, where it's required again. And then the next time this will be seen would be in 2026, 5 years from renewal. So what we'll look at doing is coming back to the January 19th meeting so the council can do a resolution for this. And then that will be available to submit to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and also the Ministry of Environment, and be publicly available with the plan and allow us to renew our water license.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Andrew?
Yeah.
Okay, any questions by council? Seeing none, I have a motion moved by Karen Jennings, second by Jeff Carroll, that the Committee of the Whole receive the following report: the water and wastewater long range financial plan, and that the following be recommended to council: that this report be received for information, and that the 2021-2030 water and wastewater long range financial plan be presented to council at the January 19th, 2021 meeting for approval. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Going on to the next one is yours, Jasmine. The recreation feasibility study scope change. It's Jasmine. Are you there still with us? Yes, Jasmine.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
1 second. Thank you, Reeve Dobson. So I'm presenting the recreation feasibility study scope change on behalf of the consultants. This is recommendations coming directly from the consultants. You do have to excuse me. I'm going off partially on memory. I'm having a hard time loading my reports off of CivicWeb. So generally, the consultants are recommending a scope change based on initial discussions with members of council and the recreation committee. This changes in scope are detailed in the report, but essentially rather than having large concept drawings for large indoor facilities such as a rec center or arena, the consultants are recommending reallocating funds due to the unlikelihood of that type of facility happening, but could consider reallocate those funds in the consideration of outdoor parks facilities or indoor field houses for the 22-acre site. So those funds would be reallocated to fund to design the following other areas. So 2 or 3% potential optional concepts for the 22-acre sites, consideration of a new trailhead at one of the possible locations of interest, a high-level review of the usable portion of the 150 vacant municipal land in the north of the township. This consultant also provided some detail in that I provided in the report. So that's directly from the consultants of how they recommend some of the scope changes in the future based on the initial feedback that they've received. Staff are recommending that council approve those changes in scope. They seem to make sense, with an exception of the further review of the 150-acre site in the north of the township. The reasoning being the 150 acres in the north of the township is not accessible by road and would require a pretty significant infrastructure investment to make usable at all. Given that the scope is changing to recognize the unlikelihood of based on the financial impact of a large scale physical recreation investment, the addition of roads should be kind of considered as a similar investment, which I think would be kind of outside the scope of something that these consultants would be able to kind of judge. The second part of this report is also to present the draft materials to council, as well as the draft community surveys. The consultants were looking for feedback on correctness and other aspects of the draft materials, as well as the community surveys they provided. The consultants did request, or did kind of talk, we did talk about having them present to council. I didn't feel that we would have time for it at this meeting. So council can ask if the consultants maybe want to come and speak to you guys at an upcoming meeting. So I'm looking for feedback on the existing stuff.
Yes, Ian?
I'd like to make sure that for me, I guess the scope of, I'd like to see it be, you know, kind of maintained on the 22-acre site and at Rosedale Hall. I don't want to get into, you know, I agree with what staff are saying here in regards to 150 acres or whatever it is, and you know, the trailheads and everything else like that. I think that we should, I would really like to see the 22-acre site and all the options that are available for it.
Claus, and then Jeff.
Thank you, Reeve. Good report, Jasmine. Thanks very much. I would request that they would come to a future meeting in January. I think we've got some time before we implement a lot of this stuff. And as Councillor Straight has said, I would like to definitely focus on the 22 acres. And I'd also like to focus a little more on the outside services. They mentioned in the report what Smith Falls has to offer, what Maricville has to offer, Kempville, North Grenville, and that. I'd like some more explanation on those. So a future presentation would be great.
So I agree with you, Claus, that for me, right from the beginning, part of the study has to look at outside the municipality of Montague to see what else is available and all about partnering and so on. So I agree that we cannot lose sight that work has to be done, I think. I'm going to go to Jeff, but I do see Jasmine's hand, unless you can help us to, maybe Jasmine will go to you first and then to Jeff.
Yeah, so the next phase of the study, as detailed in like the surveys, include surveys of surrounding municipalities as well as user groups, and it includes that.
Thank you. Okay, Jeff.
I'm going to concur. Like, I mean, the 22 acres has got to be, I think that's going to be the focus for recreation development, which will help with our overall development. Because a couple of key points, and Rosedale Hall too as well. I mean, we don't want to forget about that as well. Because I think when I look at our population numbers and the growth, and you look at, you know, what the surrounding municipalities of, you know, Carton Place and Drummond North Umsley and Beckwith, what they're projecting, I think we're really in those projection numbers. I think our projection numbers are a lot lower, especially if we are looking at recreation and we're looking at fixing the way that we're doing our development plans. We're going to see some pretty good growth with that. So I think, yeah, keying on that. And I also wonder if they should be also looking at Perth as far as the recreation options. I mean, they talk about Carlton Place, but you know, Perth is closer for a lot of residents, and also it's a lot of residents use Perth. And I use the pool as an example. Not that I think a pool is not an option for what we want to do, but it just talks about that recreational, an extra recreational component of where our residents are able to pull from too as well, and also speaks to what's missing too as well. So we get that feedback, and the kudos back to what Councillor or Deputy Reeve Vandermeer was saying is, yeah, we want them to kind of come back to as well, so we can have maybe that bit of a discussion too as well with them.
Okay, anything else? I do have a motion here. I can read it, and It was moved by Claude Vandermeer and seconded by Ian Straight that the Committee of the Whole receive the Recreation Feasibility Study Scope Change Report, and that the following be recommended to Council: that Council approve the changes in scope for the recreation feasibility study, with the exception of further recreational review of the 150-acre site in the north of the township, and that Council provide feedback on the community survey and draft materials. All in favor? Karen, I'm not opposed.
No, Karen doesn't.
I'm so all in favor again, please. Then opposed. Okay, then this is carried. Thank you. And moving on to the next one is yours also, Jasmine, on the personnel policy.
Thank you, Reeve Dobson. As we've discussed a few times now, we've got some updates to the personnel policy, which I've updated as per the last discussion we had with council on November 17th. I do recommend that, minus a few, we'll finalize the personnel policy and we can move forward with the bylaw at the next meeting. It's going to be challenging, I think, for our new, the clerk administrator to kind of manage something like the personnel policy as a first project. So if there are any potential other changes that we can bring them forward at a future meeting upon my return, other than, small items.
Okay, thanks. Any questions? Seeing none. Yes, Karen?
No, Karen's got her. So I had a conversation today with Jasmine, because I did have a few things for clarification on. With reference to the waiting period, it means the mandatory benefits like the ESA benefits. 8I had to do with step increases of like a 4%, but Jasmine explained that was used because the previous pay grid had 4% between each of the steps, where right now we're just on a flat dollar between dollar to dollar. 8J, for example, I was interpreting it to be that if it went outside our pay grid, that then it would come to council. And then 9C, for the evaluations, just to be clear that sometimes we didn't always have a mutually agreed upon evaluation, that an employee still had the option, but that was okay. 11B was that the percentage isn't available for full-time. Vacation is based off of weeks, and so therefore that bullet could be removed. 11E had to deal with using up vacation carried over to another year, and the fact that there should be something put into it that said they would use it up, like I had suggested, like in the first 3 months or whatever, just because that way then it doesn't keep continuing. But the first 3 months are busy for the staff, so Jasmine suggested 6 months, which I definitely have no problem with, because the whole thing is, unless there's unusual circumstances, staff should be taking their vacation so that we aren't carrying forward 3 weeks at a time, and it keeps growing, that's for sure. Discussed as well maximum vacation credits with reference to an employee that comes in from another municipality and getting credit for credit where they haven't worked for the municipality. And so some discussion about Jasmine having the leeway to use discretion during their probation period. So other than those few things that I had discussions with Jasmine with, I'm good to go with it.
Anybody else? Anything else? Okay, seeing none, I have a motion moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll that the Committee of the Whole receive the personnel policy report and that the following be recommended to Council: that Council approve the attached changes to the personnel policy and direct staff to bring forward a bylaw approving the policy. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And moving on to the next one, which is yours also, Jasmine, on the accessibility, the 2020 accessibility status report.
Great. So this is an annual item that is required to be put together by the municipality. I'm just noting changes in accessibility and achievements in accessibility in the year. Again, I'm having a hard time loading my documents at the moment. We've been continuing to make sure that our website is up to date and accessible. There's a deadline of the beginning of this year to ensure that our websites are accessible. So we are meeting that goal. And I can't remember what my other item is, and I can't load it. But it's just a basic report. It'll be posted on our website once this meeting's finished.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, this motion was moved by Klaus Vandermeer, seconded by Ian Straight, that the committee, the whole, receive the following report, the accessibility status report, and that the following be recommended to council, that council receive this report for information. All in favor? Opposed? Oh, sorry, Ian, I'm not seeing your hand there.
I'm in favor of it.
I think it's been carried. Thank you. No, I just couldn't see your hand to the side there. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, that's been carried. Thank you. And the next one is also the next report is yours, Joanna, and that's on the 2021 meeting calendar.
Yeah, Jasmine gave me the easy one. So it's just an attachment that you have in your agenda package, and it's just a calendar for the 2021 year with the meeting dates and days the office is closed, as well as the days that the various conferences are on. That's really all there is to report on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very nice calendar.
Any questions by council?
Excellent.
When we did this motion last year, we took about 3 hours of questions, Joanna. So I hope you're ready, because it's going to probably go till midnight. Just kidding. Klaus, did you have something?
No, excellent idea on the calendar.
Okay. Then this motion is moved by Karen Jennings, second by Jeff Carroll, that the committee of the whole receive the 2021 meeting calendar report, and that the following be recommended to council, that council receive this calendar for information. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Then we have no reports of committees, no petitions, motions, notice motions, no unfinished and other business. Before we adjourn, yes, Klaus?
Does the rec committee have a report on the Santa Claus parade?
No.
I got you, Jeff. You go
No,
ahead.
you know what? Like on that note, I'd love to talk about it for 30 seconds or 10 seconds even, if you don't mind, Reeve. I mean,
go ahead.
Kudos to Santa who came out. He was fantastic. Thanks to the fire department. Wow. What a great job with getting the trucks out. And I was floored when we drove around, the amount of people that were coming out and excited. I've heard, I don't do Facebook, everybody knows, but I heard a lot about the comments on Facebook about people loving it. So I'm very, very happy that the rec committee did it. Thanks to Maggie, who really, I think, put the idea out there and spearheaded it. It was really a great idea, and I think the community really loved it. That was a great idea. Thanks, Klaus. That's good. Very good point.
Yes, Klaus.
Yeah, I just want to add one other comment. Personally, the last couple of weeks, I've been kind of down in the dumps and no Christmas spirit whatsoever. But after the Santa Claus parade, I got all the Christmas spirit that I want now. And I made sure when I was driving, I didn't dump poor Santa off the wagon. Off the trailer. There were a couple of potholes that Jeff and I wonder if he's still there.
I heard that Santa knew a couple of the little children that were on the tour, and Santa actually called them by name, and they just were so excited. They kept calling Dad and Mom and saying, Santa knows my name, Santa knows my name. But I think that the parents told the little kids that Santa knows all the kids' names.
Yeah.
And the other thing that was really great, and I have to thank all of the residents who did come out in Montague, because, and it wasn't just parents with kids or grandparents with kids, but lots of adults came out and were thanking the people on the tour, and they were supporting it. And let's face it, everybody likes fire trucks. So kudos to everybody involved. Jasmine?
I do want to give a shout out to our admin assistant, Christy Warwick, who did a lot of work putting together the map and like the route, and did a lot of work promoting it and putting together the materials and pushing it out on Facebook as well.
Oh, it all paid off.
Yeah, thanks, Jasmine, for bringing that. I can't believe we forgot Christy, because the map she did was great. She had the timing bang on. I mean, she did the Facebook post putting out. Christy's been great. I mean, as far as some of that communication, we wanted to fix communication. She's been a huge asset for us.
Yes.
Okay, thanks to everybody. And Jasmine, do we have any questions? Jasmine or Joanna, do we have any questions from the public on this meeting?
Yes, we just have one.
Okay.
If Montague signs an agreement with Rideau Lakes ATV Club, would Montague residents have to have a trail permit to ride their ATV on those roads?
I don't think the roads, the trails, parts of their trails, and especially if the trails go on private property, then yes, but roads, no.
Okay.
But we could also have Stephen provide some further clarity on that.
Would you, if there is further clarity to provide, could you pass that on to this person who's asking the question?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Joanna?
That's it.
Okay, thank you for that. Then I do have a motion here that is moved by Klaus Vandermeer and seconded by Ian Straight, that the committee of the whole meeting do now adjourn at 10:12. 10:12. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to go straight into our we're going to be reconvening our council meeting, and then we're going to be going in camera. So if we can set up the next meeting there, Jasmine, does anybody need a break? I know you do probably, Jasmine. Do you, we can continue on then?
Yeah, I think being 10:15, I think I can persevere.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ben.
This will be quick. This will be quick.
So this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Open.
And I have a motion moved by Klaus Vandermeer and seconded by Ian Straight that the council reconvene at 10:13. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. The next motion is moved by Karen Jennings, seconded by Jeff Carroll, that this meeting moves in camera at 10:14. As per S 239 of the Municipal Act, S0 2001 C25, in order to address more specifically. So there's nothing on this motion after it says more specifically, Jasmine.
I'm sorry about that.
Jasmine?
Yep. I'm just looking up. Sorry about
No,
that.
that's okay. So can you just read the rest of that more specifically?
Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry about this, guys. Just pause. That's not helping. Yeah, it doesn't look like it was completed. So it'd be that council moves in camera at 10:15 as per section 239 of the Municipal Act in order to address.
All mine says is more specifically.
Yeah, it wasn't completed. In order to address, and it would be item B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including a municipal local board employee. And that would be more specifically clerk administrator performance evaluation, and that the clerk administrator be permitted to remain in the room.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And so, Jasmine, I guess you can make